Um, Good morning to our viewers in the Bay Area, across the US and in South America. Good afternoon for those who are in Europe and Africa, and a very good evening to those in India and Asia. Welcome to our series of 3 webinars on the Ideal Village Conference at Stanford. My name is Sunny Anand, and I'm a professor of pediatrics at Stanford University. And with my co-chair, Dr. Sundar Kamath, we are pleased to welcome you to this conference. This is a coalition of the willing. It's a partnership between Stanford University and Science for Society. You can get additional information from our website, which is Science for Society. Without further ado, I just want to give you a brief history of the Ideal Village conferences. The first conference at Stanford was held in 2016 on the theme of Innovations for the Ideal Village. The next one was Collaborations for the Ideal Village. Third one was Empowerment of Women in 2018, particularly women in rural underserved areas. And last year we had a conference themed on corporate social responsibility. Here are some photographs of people who attended the conference last year. The hall was packed. We had 245 online registrants and 58 walk-ins. This year, our conference is focused on sustainability and the pandemic, ensuring human and environmental well-being. We will have sessions today, which are on sustainable livelihoods, clean energy and water. We had an excellent discussion yesterday on healthcare and nutrition and values-based education. And then tomorrow we have a special session on eternal values for sustainability. This year, I'm pleased to welcome our partners, the Wheels Global Foundation, as well as Indiaspora, adding to other partnerships, including the Sri Sai Healing Trust and the Heart to Heart Foundation and other collaborators. So a word about our theme, sustainability and the pandemic. When we think of sustainability, we generally tend to gravitate towards the Sustainable Development Goals that were promulgated by the UN in January of 2016. However, what is sustainability? In my opinion, it is the ability to exist in perpetuity in the future with a balanced coexistence of the biosphere and human civilizations. But is there a secret sauce? Is there a formula for sustainability? 2 years ago, Sundar and I were sitting with our master, and he said, well, sustainability means give more, take less. And in this simple, profound statement lies a solution for climate change, for health and economic inequities, for everything, for every relationship. Let's talk about the pandemic briefly. This is a coronavirus with asymptomatic, unprecedented spread. It has been unpredictable, unmatched, causing multi-organ system failures in thousands, millions of people. It was discovered in December 2019, became a world health emergency in January 2020, and a global pandemic in March 2020. The numbers have exceeded 230 countries infected, with a total of 37 million plus cases and more than 1.1 million deaths. These are data from a few days ago showing the daily number of infected patients in the US and India, and the number of deaths resulting from this pandemic. Because these are the 2 countries that are most affected, we are focusing this conference mainly on the US and India. So briefly, some housekeeping issues. I do want to mention that all the views expressed by speakers in these webinars are their own. They do not reflect and are not endorsed by the Ideal Village program or Stanford University or any of our partners. I want to mention that all attendees will be on mute through the webinar. Please use the Q&A tab in Zoom to type your questions. The chat box can be used to share comments, thoughts, and feedback. If you need help, raise your hand and type your request in the chat box. For Q&A, you must register for the Zoom webinar. With this, I will conclude my presentation and invite Dr. Sundar Kamath to give us an update on the Ideal Village project.
Good morning, everyone. Hope you can see the screen. So, as Dr. Sunny mentioned, we've been doing the Ideal Village project now for 5 years, and the conference has been an annual event at Stanford. And I will give you an update on where we are. Of course, this involves a lot of participants, so start with big thank you to our collaborators, partners, supporters, volunteers, and everyone who's been working on this. Okay. There's an issue here. Right. Yeah. So just quickly, the vision of the Ideal Village project or the Ideal Village concept is that we want to enable rural underserved communities with all the essential needs. And these include water, healthcare, education, energy, livelihood, sanitation. And we are talking about bringing in technology, which has to be affordable, effective, and then also maintain sustainability and create a self-reliance environment. What's important we have found is that CSR, or corporate social responsibility, where companies can get involved, is really critical to make this a success and revitalize the rural underserved communities. And the corporations also need to understand that these are the future customers, the consumers for their products. So enabling these rural communities, whether in India, Africa, South America, or even in the US, some other areas, is extremely important for the business as well. Ultimately, what we hope from this effort is elimination of rural poverty, urban migration, and better health. And again, speak back. So there are two important things about the Ideal Village concept. One is that's a holistic approach, and the second is it's all about collaboration. So on the left, we've listed what is meant by holistic: water, health, education, energy, housing, sanitation, livelihoods, social entrepreneurship in the village, human values, and community center, building the community within the village. All of this under the umbrella of sustainability. And this really what enables the rural economy. And given that 70% of the population lives in rural areas, enabling the rural economy will have a tremendous impact in moving forward as far as global growth. The second aspect of this is collaboration. And when I say collaboration, the drawing here or the scheme on the right shows it includes the local stakeholders, it includes government agencies, nonprofits, tech companies, and others, for example, from Silicon Valley, academia, universities, colleges, and then, of course, the corporate entities. So all of them have to be involved in working together to make this a success. And what we did was create this platform at Stanford for collaboration, the annual conference, really for bringing together the different groups, sharing best practices, and implementing what works. And as you can see, over the last 5 years, we have over 60 organizations that have gathered in our annual conferences, from major companies on the left-hand side to lots of nonprofits and foundations and academic institutions. It's been a tremendous gathering, networking, collaboration opportunity. And this year, of course, we have gone online. Now, one of the things that has come out of all this collaboration is a database of solutions that are available for all the different aspects of the ideal village, going from energy, healthcare, and so on. And along the columns are the listed the solutions that people have worked on. And we hope to evolve this into something which becomes a live database so that any rural community, underserved community anywhere in the world, if they have issues or they want to start a project, they can go into this live database and look at what solution makes sense, who worked on it, what kind of results did they get, what are the challenges they had. So I'm going to touch briefly on one of the aspects, healthcare and nutrition, for example. We worked with a number of organizations and the focus has been screening of rural school children in India, covering over 200 schools, about 15,000 children in 9 states. Healthcare for women and seniors in the rural areas, including diabetes and hypertension camps. Breakfast program, you heard about this yesterday from the Annapurna Trust for children attending government schools. And today it covers over 500,000 children across India. Nutrition program, which includes a powder that can be given with milk, like a milkshake in the morning, covers micronutrients, proteins, and very important for cognitive development of young children, and also for the expectant mothers. Health screening for expectant mothers covered over 40,000 women and children over 100,000. And then new telemedicine program that we are launching in 3 districts of Tamil Nadu using a mobile medical bus, and that will cover 35,000 women. And finally, India is one of the centers of pediatric congenital heart disease. And so there's 3 hospitals that have been set up, performed over 12,000 free surgeries for children coming from rural areas who just could not afford it, and saved many, many lives. This is an example of the telemedicine program that's getting launched by the Shri Sai Healing Trust using a bus that was sponsored by Sanmina in Tamil Nadu. And it will cover these 35 to 40,000 women, have equipment in the bus, have ways of referring back to hospitals. The net of this is that it provides access, it reduces the load on hospitals, and it really improves maternal and reduces the maternal mortality rates and improves deliveries and better care for the infants. Now, touch briefly on some of the pilots on Ideal Villages, the collaboration, the CSR support, and it's really the theme of adopting the village or getting involved with the village, creating impact to bring about the transformation. And specifically, if you take this model that's being applied in the villages, it's about healthcare, nutrition, clean water, good sanitation, awareness on hygiene and education, literacy, energy management, safe habitats, livelihoods, and agricultural support. So these are all the key elements that the teams collaborate and work on. Quick summary here as a sample of 6 villages in Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, and Maharashtra, which populations ranging from about 500 to 5,000. Sponsors include, for example, the Sheraton, the Marriott, Sanmina India, and Holiday Inn. And we, of course, start off with a survey of the villages, look at the demographics of the village, the children and the adults, and the local agriculture and so on, and then design the program accordingly. In terms of progress, we track the progress. And as you can see, there are one of the villages is almost there, Channapura in Chikbalapur district in Karnataka. And the others are falling behind. And some brief view of some of the programs in health screening, hygiene, drinking water, sanitation, building school toilets, building school playgrounds, and providing nutrition and the mobile healthcare bus. Now, what we've learned from some of this work is that there are some basics. One has to know the village that you work in. When you know, it means you have to be there and understand the details of what's happening in the village as far as the people, the economy, the sources of energy, water, and so on. There has to be a regular cadence of interaction and activity and implementation. You need to get buy-in from the village, involvement of the village elders and other uh, members of the community. And finally, it's all about the people. So unleashing the people power is extremely important. And we've developed some guidelines on what organizations should be looking at when you look at rural development in this context. This will be and we'll share this information with you. And ultimately, the goal that we have defined is to create 1,000 ideal villages by 2025, which aligns with a lot of the goals of what's happening in India, which by far has made the most progress in focusing on poverty, education, bringing broadband to the villages, and so on. And so this is a roadmap that we're working on. And then finally, I want to quickly switch to something that's happening with the OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperation Development. In late 2019, they published this people-centered rural policy. They're calling it Rural 3.0. And it really focuses on how innovation and technologies can make an impact in improving the rural economy. So with that, I think I've reached my time here, and I will stop. We will take questions from Q&A that you can send in through the Zoom tab. And I will switch to AGK or AG Karunakaran. I would like to introduce our session chair for the session that's just about to start on sustainable livelihoods. Welcome, AGK. I think you're on mute right now. So AGK has been in Silicon Valley for many years, a good friend, started companies. He's currently the CEO of MulticoreWare, and he's also the president-elect for 2021 of Thai Silicon Valley. He's a mentor to startup companies and highly respected in the entrepreneurial space. AGK, let me hand it over to you.
Yeah. Thank you, Sundar. It's an honor to moderate a session, and I've been part of the Ideal Village Conference. In the past couple of times I've spoken also, so it's a great coming together for me. And so as Sundar pointed out, I'm the president-elect for Thai Silicon Valley, and Thai is all about fostering entrepreneurship. It started out in the Valley, and now it's grown to chapters around the world. And lots and lots of chapters exist in India, in all cities and states in India, and that brings a lot of opportunities for entrepreneurs, solving problems of rural India. So that's one part of it. And then another part of it is I am, along with few other people in the Valley, started this India Impact Investment Partnership that also look at impact investing in India, and which is very, very important because many people ignore the impact side of opportunities, whether it's come to agriculture, whether it comes to healthcare, or even other sustainable development goals, right? Education, tech, everything. So we've started this initiative, and we're making good progress. So I expect a very good session today with our speakers from around the world here. So let me start by quickly introducing the speakers, but the format is going to be each of the speakers will deliver their their address, and at the end of it, there'll be question and answers, and I'll be looking at the questions coming in through the Zoom webinar sessions, and then pick the right ones and address to the right person. So that's sort of the flow. In terms of our order of speakers, the first speaker would be His Excellency Dr. Manoj Nardeosingh. He's the Secretary General of the African Asian Rural Development Organization. His talk would be around enhancing cooperation and a systemic approach towards sustainable livelihoods in the villages of Africa and Asia. Followed by him would be Mr. John Rounsaville. He's the Executive Director of the Mississippi Development Authority. And there he would be talking about unearthing economic and employment opportunities in rural communities. And followed by Ms. Priya Naik. She's the founder and CEO of Samhita Social Ventures in Mumbai. The talk would be centered around reviving alliance, providing relief and pathway to recovery for those affected by the COVID-19 crisis. And lastly, Mr. Suresh Shenoy, who's the president of the Wheels Global Foundation. He's based in Virginia, and then he would be talking about entrepreneurship as the core for sustainable development. So I hope you enjoy the session. Please take notes and start putting out your questions. Let's have a great session for the next an hour and a half too. Thank you. Dr. Manoj.
Thank you very much. Respected session chair, Mr. A.G. Karunakaran, Dr. Sunny Anand, Dr. Sundar, Kamath, my esteemed co-panelists, dear participants, all other protocols observed. A very good day to you all. As Secretary General of AUDIO, it gives me an immense pleasure to greet you all on behalf of 31 member countries and to address you on the occasion of this 5th Ideal Village Conference with the theme Sustainability and the Pandemic, Ensuring Human and Environmental Well-Being at this prestigious university. My sincere thanks goes to the organizer for impeccably arranging this platform. It is really gratifying to know that an array of initiatives are already ongoing to address village sustainability issues, especially when we have a clarion call from the pandemic to review our production, distribution, and consumption patterns and models while we are implementing SDGs and Agenda 2063 for Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, for sustainable livelihoods, we have to enhance cooperation and have a systematic approach. I have a few slides for you. I hope you can see the slides.
Yes, we can.
It's not going down.
Yes, we can.
Right. So we all know that COVID-19 has been, is still on, but the impact, it has crimped and crippled economies. It has plummeted socio-economic indicators, pushed the whole world into recession. When on the other side, many countries are still agrarian in nature and are predominantly characterized by marginal and smallholders, very often constrained by low quality inputs, lack of access to innovative technologies, and poor market linkages. Pre-pandemic, many were already in precarious situation, struggling to attain their food security. Some of our countries, we can say that they were having the unfinished agenda of MDGs. On top of that, they have been saddled with SDGs, and many of them are off track for SDGs. The pandemic has compounded the existing problems by breaking down then prevailing supply and value chain, which is causing lots of disruption in the market and lots of misery. But the most hit and disproportionately suffering are the villages, especially in Africa and Asia and the LDCs, and even in Latin America. Most hit and suffering are the rural dwellers, the daily wages, women and children without financial cushions. We all know that 95% of rural poor live in the East Asia, South Asia, and the Sub-Saharan Africa. That's why I'm concentrating my intervention on this part of the world. It's a fact that 78% of the world's poorest population live in our rural areas. India, Africa, and Asia, we can say they live in the villages. Evidence is continue to pointing out that attaining our goal, SDG 1, SDG 2, might be very difficult. Even FAO report 2018 was warning about the possibility of not achieving or being on track. There is real danger if due consideration is not given to village development and agricultural development in Africa, which is housed to 76.7% of the world population, as indicated in World Dometers information. You will see the chart here, 59.5 in Asia, the world population share, and 17.2. This in no case to underestimate population in Latin America and other parts of the world. But these two continents, they've got a major problem to solve. The issue of livelihood and sustainability, very often when we sit down with policymakers and people, we discuss about this issue, we say that there are lots of policies, rhetoric, programs, schemes, and reports of institutions on the simple humanitarian issues such as livelihood and sustainability. And the questions which comes to our mind is, has humanity failed in terms of economic systems or in terms of human values? Can't we partner to guarantee basic needs and livelihood to every human being? I will just give you a brief introduction of my organization, which is the African Asian Rural Development Organization. It is an intergovernmental organization established since 1962 and working for the betterment of villages in Africa and Asia. It is also one of the earliest South-South cooperation model. We are really rural-centric and targeting the improvement of livelihood and quality of life of over 2.6 billion people in these two continents. The mandate is to ensure that governments of these countries, they come together, they find common solutions for people in their villages. Our main areas of concerns are poverty alleviation, sustainable agricultural development, integrated rural development, empowerment of rural people, especially women and youth, decentralization and community empowerment, environment and climate change in the context of agricultural and rural development. Just a brief indication about the membership. We've got 31 governments which are members of this organization. You can see the list of all the members from Africa. We've got 17 from Africa, 14 from Asia, and 2 associate members. These are the flags of the members from Africa and the flags of members from Asia. We are operating from the headquarters hosted by the esteemed government of India from Delhi. And we've got 6 regional offices, 3 in Asia and 3 in Africa, to coordinate our activities in these countries with the relevant ministries and government institutions. Our activities are basically divided into 2 parts. We call the organizational part on the left-hand side of the screen. You will see we've got ministerial conferences, which is a meeting of all the ministers responsible for rural development once every 3 years, and then executive committee meeting of secretaries of ministries every year, and liaison committee, all the ambassadors and high commissioners of member countries based in India. On the right-hand side, you will see the technical activities, which are human resource development, development pilot projects. I will be elaborating in the other slides. We are focusing on practically 8 SDGs. All these are elucidated on the screen. And the key areas of operation, as said, we are giving human resource development, where we sponsor, we give scholarship to about 400, we'll say, public officers and high-level technicians, policymakers, to come and discuss the issues and implement projects for rural development. We do also finance to a very small amount, an amount of $50,000 for projects per year, for especially to test the transfer of technology for agricultural and rural development, development of physical and social infrastructure, promotion of off-farm micro-enterprises, microcredit income generating activities, and so on. We have so far implemented about 70 projects in 22 member countries. ADO usually operates through its link institutions, or we call them the centers of excellence. We have 26 in all in 11 different countries. You will see the list on the screen: Bangladesh, Egypt, India, Malaysia, Morocco, Nigeria, Pakistan, Philippines, Taiwan, and Zambia. In a nutshell, I want to present to you what are the lessons we've learned, we are learning at ADU, and what is the cry of the day is that there is a really dire need to galvanize the South-South and triangular cooperation to achieve inclusive and sustainable development in our rural economies. The speedy transfer of appropriate knowledge, know-how, and technology towards increasing livelihoods and transforming rural areas in both continents is really the cry of the day. There is also a dire need for promotion of low-cost rural technologies in all the African, Asian region, and I think it is applicable to the South American region also. A few of the initiatives we have been focusing, especially pertaining to the transfer of technologies. We have been running since 1986. We run a program in India itself for energy, appropriate technology, and rural reconstructions. In 2003, we had a specific program on agricultural technology transfer and its consequences. That was an international workshop attended by our member countries. We have also had in 2007 another workshop international on the role of information technology in rural development. There are also a series of activities we are undertaking at the training level. Those initial ones were the international conferences. These ones were the training level where emphasis have been laid on in technology and technology transfer. We had ICT for rural development, promotion of entrepreneurship through transfer of technology, indigenous knowledge practices for food security and livelihood, application of remote sensing and GIS in agricultural surveys, innovative strategies for SMEs, etc. We had molecular breeding, seed production, and a series of them. We usually run 70 programs per year. Talking about those pilot projects, we have been financing some of the pilot projects, specifically to transfer technology in the field of solar energy, farmyard manure, agro-processing, establishing of laboratories, dairy development, etc. In fact, development and transfer of technology is one of the core components of our development projects. We've got also a program under which we can depute experts from one member country to another member country upon request of the governments. These experts have also been guided and directed to transfer technology, especially in areas like food processing, organic manure, analysis of agricultural chemicals, improved seeds, gem cuttings, jewelry making, fruit processing, and so on. Visits of these experts usually help the receiving countries to harness technologies being implemented in other more developed countries. The next slide is a table on the series of activities which have been operating since over the last 5 years, 2016 to 2019. You will see we've been targeting SDG 1, SDG 2. We've trained many candidates. These are the candidates at the level of government officials who were supposed to go back and train their own people as training of trainers is the main purpose. And obviously we've been targeting the SDG 70 where partnership is very interesting for us. We want to develop more and more partnership so that we can reach more and more people. Just for a explanation, we've selected a few models. It's only a selective ones because we've got a series of them to be shared with the panel today. I want to elucidate a bit on the program in India itself, where it's called a model village, Sadhan Adarsh Gram Yojana. You've got the website also, you can always visit that one. The key objectives of this type of project is to empower parliamentarians to support their own villages and to make sure that they prevent people from a distress of migration, prevent people to migrate from villages to urban areas. And the key elements is to ensure sustainability, provide those facilities available in urban areas at the rural level. And obviously, as the chairperson also was highlighting, community involvement is very important in their technology and delivery of all the government services through very specific mechanism. And obviously, the connectivity has to be ensured. Connectivity in terms of physical connectivity, infrastructure, roads, digital, financial, and power connectivity. Lots of things have been achieved and developed for these programs in India. I'll now shift to Bangladesh, which has been successfully implementing what they call there the Comprehensive Village Development Program, or they call it One Village, One Cooperative. They've got so many concepts similar to that. The One Village, One Cooperative has got the key objective of promoting overall comprehensive development, just like at the ideal village, of all the segments of the population in the village, but on the basis of self-effort and self-help, by bringing everybody under a single cooperative type of organization. And they have also ensured that this type of model has been replicated and they were replicable in the format. The key strategies and major components of the CVDP are organizing the villages in a broad-based village cooperative, development of leadership. Leadership is a very key component so that we can proceed ahead with the development of the villages, expansion and intensification of farm and non-farm activities, training and motivation has to be there. And obviously there has been also regular monitoring. They were monitoring jointly. There were coordinating committee on a monthly basis. May I now shift to another place which is called our South Korea, which has been promoting a concept called Samwell Ondong villages. They promoted villages using very clear guiding philosophies. The guiding spirit of the Samwell Ondong villages are self-help, diligence, and cooperation, developing the sense of community and the sense of ownership together with a sense of strong work ethics. These are the three key elements which have been successful in this type of model. And this model has been copied to Africa by the African Development Bank support in 2011, where even in Ethiopia and Congo, and I think a few more African countries have implemented similar projects. Ladies and gentlemen, we at the order, we want to have more partnership for supporting and replication of models and supporting technological, institutional, and policy changes. We have to trigger a lasting transformation of the rural economies so that we can empower rural population to improve their productivity and rural real income in an equitable and environmentally sustainable manner. We are conceiving presently what we call the Audiopedia, which is going to be, this is the same idea which has been elaborated by the president. We'll be conceiving a sort of a repository where we will include all affordable technologies for village development, all successful models, all successful policies and programs. Obviously, strategies for development and use of technologies also, we look very much forward towards that. So this is principally that Audiopedia, which will be housing all these models, programs, policies, and the menu for technology. I'm inviting all the participants and all the organizers also to jointly see how we can contribute towards enriching this Audiopedia. Innovations and suggestions for the ideal villages, based on our experience, I think you are already on the right track, but we would like to suggest the organization of rural stakeholders, as already elaborated, is very, very central to all our rural development efforts. We also need innovation and innovative system. Can we come together? We're already having a network. We have to consolidate the network of organizations, enterprises, individuals, so that we can focus on bringing new products, new processes, and new form of organization in economic use, together with the institutions and policies that can affect the system behavior and performance. Innovations and suggestions, again, I will say a few ones. We have to efficiently use the goal of SDG 17 and make use of, we have to address all the systemic issues and compare and reinforce policies and make sure that institutional coherence is there for all the stakeholders. There is also the issue of budgeting and harmonizing a comprehensive sustainable development plans and strategies at country and regional levels, targeting poverty and hunger eradication. We will together have to review system and strategies wherever required. We have to operate not as islands. I congratulate all the initiatives being done, but many of them are operating as island of success. We have to come together into a continental disruptive impact. We have definitely to scale up whatever is being done and whatever has been achieved. We have to scale up and scale out and strengthen innovation capacity. And the most important thing, the empowerment of youth and women has to be the core of all our démarches. Audio is very ready to partner and to assume this catalytic role to trigger this long-lasting transformational and rural economies. What is needed from world leaders is an unprecedented level of cooperation in the formulation of a long-term international food strategy and guaranteed livelihood for one and all. This is a bit the concept of our ideal village, so that all stakeholders can come together and provide a series of services which are needed for enhancement of standard of living and guaranteeing livelihood. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Manoj. Really appreciate it. As everybody finishes, we'll get you more questions. There are a lot of questions. I encourage all attendees to give their questions. So let's go now to Mr. John.
Rounsaville.
Yeah.
No, no, he's fine.
Are we having trouble? Okay, excellent.
Good morning. I'm John Rounsaville. I'm the Executive Director of the Mississippi Development Authority. We are the state of Mississippi's primary economic development agency for the state. I'm talking this morning about some of the digital and technology programs that the state of Mississippi is involved in order to grow our digital economy in Mississippi. So often we focus, well, I'll say this, in Mississippi, our biggest industries are agriculture, forestry, advanced manufacturing, but we're really trying to get more focused on growing our digital economy, and also in the course of doing so, helping to address some unemployment issues in our more rural and underserved communities. So how do we do that? Well, we've got a number of programs that we've initiated or been involved in, dealing with both nonprofit entities and private sector businesses. And the state is actively involved in promoting those opportunities to help provide new skills for particularly underserved communities. The people we're primarily serving, it's often going to be both in rural communities and in some of our underserved urban communities. Primarily, these are African-American students that we're serving. They're primarily female. Oftentimes, they have poor soft skills. They're not just, they're coming from communities and families that are, that may be multi-generational unemployed. So they don't come into, not prepared to come in a professional environment with the proper soft skills to allow them to succeed. So we have a heavy focus on that. These students are often below the poverty level, and they don't have, most don't have any plans for college or any plans for educational development after they graduate high school. Quite often these students, their only career trajectory is possibly working in the fast food industry. So that's what we're trying to change with the programs that we're engaged in. This slide represents the programs that the state is involved in, and primarily working on these sectors to promote and produce more graduates that can be engaged in the digital and technology economy that we're seeking to grow in Mississippi. As you can see, we've got entities dealing with virtual reality, augmented reality, full stack coding, and cybersecurity. And you can also see that these programs are geographically dispersed throughout the state of Mississippi. So you see there in the center of the screen, Jackson, Mississippi. That is the state capital of Mississippi and our primary urban center. But we also have urban populations on the Mississippi Gulf Coast. And in the other areas, you see Clarksdale, Water Valley, Starkville, Vicksburg. Those are primarily more rural communities. But again, the point is just to show that we've geographically dispersed these programs throughout the state. As far as the curricula for these programs, we have found that to be successful, we've got to be highly engaged with the private sector. The real concept here is from start to finish through these programs, be it coding, virtual reality, augmented reality, cybersecurity, whatever. We want the potential employers engaged in the entire process of developing the curriculum and just developing the student themselves. Quite often, the employers themselves are active in interviewing and selecting students who will go through these programs. They're actively engaged in the curriculum development, the tools and resources that are going to be taught in the programs, so that when that student comes out, they can immediately engage into that private sector company. So we found that it's just very important for the employers to be engaged throughout the entire process, and it helps us lead to success. With the curriculum in these programs, it's very much an on-the-job training type of environment. It's not a traditional academic environment. So it's very much like a professional working environment that these young people who attend these programs go through on a day-to-day basis. Most of these programs are going to be about 11 months long. It is a professional environment, and that allows us to engage heavily on teaching, again, soft skills to help them, help those students who aren't used to, dressing nice, dressing professionally, perhaps, getting to work on time, engaging professionally with their fellow students. Those are all, important soft skills that they need as they transition into the professional environment. So that's a big focus area with our programs. For all the programs we're engaged in, they're definitely not one-dimensional in terms of support. The state government is active in supporting these programs, but these programs also get resources from the federal government, from the academic institutions, universities, our community colleges, and private industry. So it is very much a collaborative effort across all entities to help support these programs. And this slide just represents the employers who are employing the students that are coming out of our programs. And you can see they are representative of both private and nonprofit and government sectors. Here's just some of the outcomes that we've seen with our programs that we've employed in Mississippi related to our digital educational efforts. Typically, we're a state with a median income of about $24,000. So you can see here just the great opportunity that exists for these students if they go through these programs. With the surveys we've conducted, the typical student is graduating with a starting salary of about $38,000. And then according to industry statistics, you're looking at about a $75,000 annual salary after 5 years. These are pre-pandemic results, measurables that I'm showing to you here, but we do have a 95% placement rate in the technology industry. So while for the most part, the programs that we're involved with are somewhat small, we really are growing a strong pipeline of technology workers in Mississippi. Finally here, this is just a slide to show some of the lessons learned, some of the challenges that we're facing after having been involved with these programs for 2 or 3 years. With the student populations we're working with, whether they're in urban settings or rural communities, we face issues like transportation problems. They just don't have transportation to get to the programs. So we have to come up with creative ideas for providing that transport to get them to be able to attend the programs on a day-to-day basis. Finding seasoned instructors is a challenge. We're paying maybe $85,000 to these instructors, whereas in the private sector, given their level of experience, they're making twice that amount of money. So it's a challenge to find those trained, seasoned instructors who have that heart for teaching to support these students. That's enabled us to look at dealing with satellite programs. So we're beginning to adopt a satellite structure, particularly with our coding academies, whereas we might have a primary instructor in one location and then have satellite locations with a junior instructor physically present to teach those students. So that's something we're in the process of launching to help address the personnel challenge. But by and large, though, we're seeing great success with the programs despite the challenges that we're facing. And with that concludes my portion of the program.
Thank you, John. Could we now have Priya talk? And please keep your questions for John too. Yeah.
Thanks.
You might want to stop sharing your presentation.
Well, thank you for inviting me here, and a tremendous set of speakers here. So it's sort of an honor to go after. My name's Priya. I run an organization called Samhita. We broadly do 2 things. We work with a large number of corporates on their CSR, sustainability, and social programs. And we also construct multi-stakeholder alliances for the simple reason that, particularly in a country like India, issues are so complex and so large that it really takes multiple partners to do this. So I thought I'll spend a couple of minutes talking about our response to COVID, but also how we've taken really a multi-stakeholder approach in terms of supporting particularly rural livelihoods. So just the impact is sort of very well known. We've had a very significant drop in GDP. It's going to be a slow and sluggish recovery. The poor, the young, a bulk of rural India, the migrants have really borne a disproportionate negative impact of the crisis. They've lost jobs, they've lost livelihoods, recovery seems very, very uncertain. And just the numbers that we're talking about, make this a crisis that's going to stay long after we figured out some response to COVID. We're also seeing really a very significant impact on MSMEs and small entrepreneurs. There isn't enough liquidity, there isn't demand for a lot of the products and services that they manufacture. Just issues around labor shortage remain as migrants may or may not want to return to work. And I mean, the impact on rural economy has been very significant. Clearly, we saw a lot of disruption in agriculture fairly early on, particularly because of the lockdown, and the lockdown coincided with the harvesting season. So, farmers just weren't able to get all of the harvests in. They really struggled with storage, they struggled with transport. We've seen a tremendous amount of reverse migration, which has impacted really not just the number of people coming into rural areas and therefore a disproportionate burden of that on women, but remittances just dropped by 80%, and which had a very significant impact on the rural economy. Like I said, I think women have really borne the brunt of the crisis. Not only was their work disrupted, but they've had to suddenly deal with caregiving for large households, particularly as migrants kind of move back very, very rapidly. So the impact on agriculture and allied activities has been significant. Like I said, I think the crops got affected. There were delays in harvesting, storage, which in turn impacted the dairy sector because there wasn't enough fodder for livestock. In any case, demand for milk kind of plummeted. And so you're a lot of other, and horticulture, so a lot of other sort of interrelated activities in rural areas really suffered. We also saw money lenders, charging very, very high rates of interest, which they do in any case, but this just, was completely out of whack. And it's not something that farmers or small producers could even afford in terms of just having access to finance and capital at a time when they really needed it. So we're seeing, the most marginalized actually suffering the most. Handicrafts, fishery, dairy, agriculture, all had, when you talk about a 40% fall or a 60% fall, rural India can't afford it, and India can't afford it, right? I think most people are, as it is, kind of living a hand-to-mouth existence, and a significant delay and an impact on livelihoods is just going to have a far-reaching effect, and you're going to see many, many millions kind of plunging into poverty. So what do they really need, right? They need a whole bunch of inputs, but ultimately all of it is actually linked to access to finance. So while the government has announced a range of schemes, as we talk to people on the ground, we realize that a lot of those schemes haven't reached the poor. And even those that have, just haven't been sufficient given just the impact on livelihoods and health. So what did we do? The lockdown kind of happened towards the end of March. We wanted to respond very, very quickly. So in early April, with support from a lot of experts, including Dr. Abhijit Banerjee and Esther Duflo, who won the Nobel Prize for Economics last year. They used to be my former bosses. So we reached out to a bunch of experts and we said, what should our response be? And what we heard unequivocally was just put money into the hands of the poor. Because you have no idea what they're going through right now. Do they want to spend it on medicines? Do they want to spend it on transport? Do they want to spend it, for just reviving their livelihoods? We had no idea. So early on in April, we reached out to about 35,000 people through direct cash transfers. These were a fairly wide range of individuals, mostly migrants, lots of women in there. And as we started talking to them to say, look, we're just giving you instant relief right now, but what does your recovery look like? And what we heard was a diverse set of perspectives, right? And depending upon the individual, their location, their trade, recovery looked very, very different for many people. And so we said that whatever we do really needs to take into account not just their immediate needs, but ideally even the long-term impact on their sort of sustainability and livelihood recovery. We also knew that this is not something that we could do alone, and that we could just not afford to make any mistakes. So we reached out to a lot of experts to say, look, we want to do this right, not just now, but going forward. So help us sort of get there. And what came together very, very quickly is 4 foundations, all of them US based. So the Michael and Susan Dell Foundation, the Mid-Year Network, Ford Foundation, and USAID, who all stepped up and said, we understand that there is a very significant economic crisis at hand. What can we do with our philanthropic capital that can really be catalytic in terms of whatever you want to do? So they helped us set up a platform called Revive, and Revive is really an alliance. We don't call it a fund. A fund really means, somebody can give me money and I know exactly what to do with it. We call it an alliance because we believe that whether it's philanthropic organizations or corporates or nonprofits or experts, they have a significant role to play in co-creating the solution, right? And we need to constantly be not just responsive to the people that we're trying to impact, but very actively get inputs from them in terms of what can we do better, how can we do it faster. So Revive is an alliance. It's funded by the 4 funders that I talked about. We're already working with a diverse set of corporates, broadly falling into 2 buckets. So folks like Arvind or HSBC, Arvind and Godrej, etc., are corporates whose own business ecosystems have been impacted. So they came into Revive to say, we will put in money and let that money really reach as many people within our own ecosystem. So whether they are people that are part of their supply chain, distribution network, contract workers, really their support was meant to ensure the recovery of stakeholders that contribute very significantly to business, but have seen very dire consequences of the crisis. Others such as HSBC, RBL Bank, and a whole bunch of others came in and said, look, we don't really have a business ecosystem that we want to revive, but we want to support the most marginalized. And so they really stepped up their commitments to farmers, sanitation workers, and sanitation workers, as you know, in India are really the most marginalized community. They have all kinds of odds stacked against them, everything from hundreds of years of just social discrimination to now you're not even having formal contracts, right? They really survive in the informal economy. Their jobs put them in harm's way every single day. And so, these companies really wanted to step up their commitments for those that were the most vulnerable. What we also did is very quickly partnered with some of India's best known nonprofit organizations, Seva, Ambuja Cement Foundation, and a lot of others, because we said, if you really want to respond to that individual on the ground, somebody needs to know, him or her very, very well. And they have to be there to not just offer support right now, but to continue to engage with them. So we've leaned very, very heavily on really best-in-class partners that are out there. Everything that we're doing is actually digitally enabled. So we are working with NBFCs that have a very strong digital platform. And it was really meant for 2 reasons. One, we wanted to ensure contactless support. So the way Revive works, and I'll talk through it in a bit, is we literally just transfer money into the bank accounts of people. And we needed a platform that would enable us to do it quickly, in a transparent, robust, reliable way, but also in ways that allows us to sort of mine this data and really understand who we are supporting, what are they going through, how else can we amplify our support. And then last but not the least is really kind of a heavy reliance on experts. So Dr. Nachiket Moore, who used to be the former head of the Gates Foundation, is really very closely involved in shaping the alliance. So is Arun Myra, who is a member of the Planning Commission and the former chairman of BCG. So we're ensuring that everything that we do is really guided by a diverse set of partners. And we're ensuring that, we are being responsive and reactive, but in ways that we're able to leverage not just money, but also resources and expertise. So Revive really has one common mission, right? Our only sort of goal is, how do we get this individual or an entrepreneur back on their feet? And the sooner we're able to do it, the faster we're able to do it, the better it is. And I think all of us have just that one single-minded goal. The second is that it is an integrated solution. So how we support farmers looks very different from how we support, let's say, micro entrepreneurs or small producers. And we needed to ensure that our solution was going to be as holistic and as modular and responsive as possible. We also needed to make sure that we're getting a lot of leverage, because what we've seen in the pandemic is resources are very, very scarce. Even if you talk to philanthropic donors, it's not like they have a large sum of money and their money really needs to stretch across the hundreds of millions of people who've been impacted. Corporates themselves are going through tremendous business uncertainty. So at a time when demands from stakeholders are at an all-time high, just resource availability is very low. And we needed to ensure that whatever we do has the highest amount of leverage possible. And then again, like I said, I think we wanted to keep an eye out for long-term sustainability. And what's been incredibly heartening to see is the knowledge that part of the reason this crisis was caused, and if you think of migrants in particular, is because just contracts between large corporates and the informal economy are always in the favor of corporates, right? They have tended to shift a burden of a lot of the risk onto these informal workers. And we wanted to correct that. And what we're seeing right now is most companies coming in to revive are not just providing financial resources, but really committing to improve their own business practices with these stakeholders, offering much better credit support to farmers who really are an integral part of their supply chain. So broadly, I think the way it works is through Revive, we're able to provide access to capital. It's a blended finance pool. So depending on the individual, we give them a grant or a returnable grant or access to low cost debt. The instrument that we use is really a function of the vulnerability of the individual that we're trying to support. And so folks like sanitation workers who are the most vulnerable really get access to grants, whereas those that we believe can actually repay a loan over a period of time get access to either the low cost debt or a returnable grant. We also want to combine any financial support that we offer with some form of business training. What people knew about business has changed fundamentally, and the poor have borne a lot of that risk. So we do want to ensure that we hold their hands over the next few months or a year or longer to also help them think about just greater efficiency in terms of their own business practices. Like I said, the government has announced multiple schemes. For a variety of reasons, people haven't received them, and we want to ensure that everyone who is eligible for this government support actually gets access to it, both now as well as going forward. And the last is that, we're seeing just large-scale unemployment, and therefore we also have a very targeted intervention to make sure that those that are without jobs are getting upskilled, retrained, and have access to not just jobs, but ideally safer, more stable, and better jobs compared to what they had before the crisis. I want to spend just a couple of minutes talking about a returnable grant. It's not, it's not a new to the world instrument at all. It really is quite simple. We give a grant to an individual. That individual uses the money for 3 months, 6 months, really to ensure business recovery, or they use it to get upskilled and find a job. Once their incomes are stable, they pay the money back over a long period of time, and whatever works for them, it's actually aligned to their income cycles as well. This money comes back into our nonprofit and goes to the next person and so on and so forth. Now, a returnable grant, unlike a loan, while there is the expectation that somebody will repay the grant, there isn't a legal obligation to repay. It's a moral obligation. And part of the reason that we designed the grant, and we really designed it in collaboration with a lot of the people that we were hoping to support, is, they are not the poorest of the poor. These farmers or these small producers had never asked any of us for charity, right? They were all hardworking people who didn't need anyone's support. They were doing their work, and then just a crisis hit them. So they told us that, look, we want to continue living with dignity. We want to continue working. So don't give me your charity. Just give me a lifeline right now. And as soon as I can pay you back, I will, because I understand that this money goes to another person like me and another one, right? So they're really coming at it from a perspective to say, here's temporary help. They will use that support to ensure that they get back on their feet. And ideally, they want to pay it forward and help somebody else really who was in the same boat. So we've actually partnered with the Poverty Action Lab and the Atlantic Council, which is a think tank in DC. to really kind of dig up a lot of evidence that's out there in India and globally around similar instruments. And so we're experimenting with, a whole bunch of communication nudges, et cetera, to say, how do we give support to an individual who's really lost everything and ensure that they use the support wisely? We're not really putting any constraints in terms of how they use the money, but hopefully they use it for productive purposes. And once their mission has been accomplished, they actually just pay the money back. From a funder perspective, it gives a funder the ability to impact anywhere between 5 to, and I've put conservative numbers there, which is 5 to 7x, but really anywhere between 5 to 10 times the number of people using the same grant over a period of time. So hypothetically, even if we get no money, whatever we raise this year, continues to support people over a period of time. The one sort of interesting thing that we've seen is we've already begun execution. And as we started working with women and men simultaneously, we saw women coming to us and saying, actually, don't give me the 10,000 rupees or don't give me the 25,000 rupees that I need. Give me a smaller sum, which is not what we're seeing amongst men. And we were a bit taken aback to say, here is this woman who actually really needs the money. We're willing to give her a grant. She doesn't need to, there's no legal obligation to repay. It doesn't go on her credit history. And yet we find that women are so cautious and they're saying, give us 5,000, let us prove to you that we're using it well, and then give us a little bit more money, and then, so on and so forth. So I think what's been really heartening to see is just the kind of honesty, commitment, and a spirit of collaboration amongst not just who we're trying to support, but also sort of the larger ecosystem. I talked a little bit about this sort of low interest loan. And in my earlier slides, I mentioned that the rates that you're getting from money lenders are just out of whack. There is no way that an individual or an entrepreneur can take on that level of burden at this stage. Banks aren't lending, neither are NBFCs and MFIs. There is a very significant credit crunch. What we have done is partnered with really best-in-class NBFCs to negotiate much lower rates of interest, somewhere between 5 to 10%, and we're ensuring that people are able to get access to credit. The other advantage is individuals who get either a returnable grant or a low-cost credit, then build a long-term relationship with the NBFC, and even post the crisis have access to other loans if they so choose. So broadly, I think the reason we have these 3 instruments is to say that those that are the most vulnerable get a plain grant, but others who are slightly less vulnerable get a returnable grant, and those who can actually absorb the low interest debt, have that flexibility too. Across the board, funders actually get a 5 to 10x kind of leverage in terms of what they are putting into the pool and helping their own organizations. So I know it's a very crowded slide, but basically the way it works is donors in the US can give money to a 501c3 that's based in the US and get tax exemption. The 501c3 transfers funds to a nonprofit that we've set up here. The nonprofit actually gives the money either through NBFCs or nonprofits in some cases, but in most cases, just a direct cash transfer into the bank accounts of beneficiaries. And over a period of time, the beneficiaries tend to sort of return the money. The reason we're partnering with NBFCs is, before this, we had never done these bank transfers. We're supporting 100,000 people over the next few months. And we needed to lean on the just the capability that NBFCs really have. We also have very deep partnerships with nonprofits, like I mentioned, because ultimately they are closest to the beneficiaries that we're trying to support. And therefore they're able to really guide the beneficiary in terms of how do you use money, counseling, etc. What we've seen, for example, is just the impact of the crisis on mental health of individuals has been so significant. So even if you give money to them, they really need to have the confidence to say, I can get back on my feet, right? And we're plugging in a lot of those interventions to make sure that they have the requisite amount of support. And when we started out, I think, we were hoping to reach out to maybe 30 to 50% of women cohorts. Today, I think the way it's looking is we will end up, 70% of the people that we support will most likely end up being women. So we're also customizing interventions that are meant for women. So access to mental health, financial literacy, digital literacy. A lot of women, for example, have been reporting an increased level of domestic violence. And so we're ensuring that we're connecting them to helplines, counseling centers, et cetera, to make sure that they have the requisite support. We're also hearing from the ground that, for example, a lot of girls are either delaying marriage or are preponing marriage. And both are worrisome, right? I mean, we don't want 18-year-olds and 20-year-olds who recently lost their job to get married, because that's a form of financial security for them. So we want to ensure that the way we respond to them helps them make not just the right business or career or livelihood decisions, but also better life decisions.
Yeah, we need to move a little bit fast, Priya. So,
yeah, almost done. So I talked a little bit about the support that we've offered to farmers, and really, it's a returnable grant. They use it to buy exactly what they need in terms of their own agricultural produce. So they're literally buying fertilizers and pesticides. So we're ensuring that whatever we support is actually as closely linked to economic productivity as possible. Really, like my last slide here is, what are the advantages of Revive, right? Why did we go in and set up this sort of complex set of multiple partnerships? The intent is really to have a very sharp focus on the economic recovery of the individual. Second, we wanted to be able to work with multiple partners to deliver a set of holistic services, both now as well as going forward. We wanted to ensure that every dollar that is put into Revive is really able to stretch and impact as many people as possible through a pooled funding mechanism. We have a very robust monitoring, evaluation, and learning program, not just to improve our own practices, but ensure that if we're supporting 100,000 people over the next 1 year, that all of the learning and the insight is actually shared with the ecosystem and other decision makers, whether they're the government or corporates or nonprofits and others, and really ensuring that we're as flexible and co-creating solutions wherever possible. Thank you very much. Happy to take questions.
Thank you, Priya. Let's go to Suresh.
Morning, good day, everyone. First, let me thank Sundar and Sunny and Mr. Karunakaran for this opportunity for us to present. If you will allow me to share my screen, I would like to bring up my presentation. Okay. Thank you again. I'm Suresh Shenoy, and I'm the president of Wheels Global Foundation. And I just want to sort of revisit first, the vision that was created by C.K. Prahlad, the late C.K. Prahlad, about the opportunities at the bottom of the pyramid, because some of the dynamics have changed at this bottom of the pyramid. Back in about 20 years ago, this was what he presented, that about 4 billion people actually, more than the top half of the pyramid, live under $2,000 income a year. And that was the bottom of the pyramid that CK was talking about. About 80% of all the technology that was developed since the Industrial Revolution was focused on that top half. Very little of it was actually aimed at these 60% of the population that lives at the bottom. And that is where, in terms of the opportunities, lie a huge consumer base, if you will. And in the modern times, since 2000, this pyramid has changed in many different ways. According to the International Monetary Fund, about 40 people per minute overcome extreme poverty. So to a large extent, poverty is being alleviated. And these people at the bottom of the pyramid are becoming active consumers. One of the major cell phone companies from China, Xiaomi, actually sold over 100,000 smartphones within the first few minutes after it was introduced in India. So we are in an age today where everyone has access to everything through e-commerce. So it's a whole different market. So there are significant opportunities at this bottom of this pyramid. And the conversation today is not about how to alleviate poverty as much as it is to address the deep inequality. And as you can see from the picture here, the World Economic Pyramid in 2002 looked so different from the pyramid today. There are 36 million people who have a wealth range of more than $1 million and $3.5 billion less than $10,000. So we have a large consumer base and there is a tremendous demand for products and services. So let me tell you a little bit about how we play in that space, the bottom of the pyramid. We are an entity that came out of the alumni of the Indian Institutes of Technology. We were challenged by the then late President Abdul Kalam to solve the big problems of the world, except that he didn't tell us what those big problems were. So we had a brainstorming session. We were joined by the Knowledge Commission at the time, and we came up with 6 areas that are of major, that pose a major challenge to not only India and the United States, but perhaps for most of the world. And it has to do with water, healthcare, energy, education, rural livelihoods, and sustainability. If you look at the statistics, the problem is huge. For example, in India alone, about 400 million people are expected not to have the access they need for potable water within the next 5 to 10 years. Major urban areas like Bangalore and Chennai and others have significant water problems. What we have experienced in the recent past has indicated how even the United States is not prepared for a pandemic, and some of the, especially the urban, rural areas within the United States are ill-equipped to fight a pandemic as we have in the recent days. Bombay just had an energy blackout, and you can see the consequences of that. About 26 million children enter the education space each year, and there's a tremendous demand in India alone. And the demand for education is significant. And it goes on and on. So the question is, how do we solve this problem? And as engineers, we agreed that the only way to address these problems is through technology. So we adopted the tagline, technology-enabled philanthropy, which says it all. The idea is, how can we apply technology solutions to solve these problems so that the good work that is being done by the many NGOs that we've heard from yesterday and even today, how can we solve these problems with technology and help to scale them? It's not just about writing a check to solve a problem, but finding the right technology to do it. And once we find the technology, we have to figure out how it can be scaled so that people have access to the services and products that we are talking about. So Wheels is all about applying technology to philanthropy. And as such, we work closely with several other NGOs who have feet on the ground and who have a presence within the rural and urban areas so that we become their technology partners to find solutions. And where solutions do not exist, we encourage research and development at the IITs and other institutions, other technology institutions. And I'll give you a few examples as we go along on finding appropriate technologies and finding appropriate applications. So let me give you a few examples. In the education space, we worked with Ekal Vidyalaya, we worked with spoken tutorials. You heard from Professor Kannan Mudgalaya yesterday in the education space. And he gave the example of child and maternal healthcare, which was funded primarily by a joint venture, which is Wheels India Nishworth Foundation and Indian Institute of Public Health. They created a video on how to, on the first 1,000 days of a child and taught things like, the right way for nutrition and even breastfeeding. And this video was then dubbed in 22 Indian languages, and Ekal Vidyalaya actually helped us to distribute this to their volunteers in 79,000 villages. I mean, that's a very good example of how very simple technology was used to scale philanthropy. Similarly, we did quite a few projects with reverse osmosis and other technologies for clean water. And I'll come back to that in a little bit. In the healthcare space, we have been working with an organization called SEVAK, which was started by the American Association of Physicians of Indian Origin, where these not volunteer, actually, they're actually paid SEVAKs who work in villages, in their own villages, to provide basic healthcare. They are taught how to, gather data on patients, communicate with local hospitals, get the right medication, and try to prevent certain types of illnesses, if you will. We are also working with the Vicente Ferrer Foundation to implement some telemedicine projects within 5 villages, where there are 3 hospitals from the Vicente Ferrer Foundation in Anandpur district that will collaborate with us to make these telemedicine operations, communicate with them. In the livelihoods area, I'll have some pictures for you later. We are again working with the Vicente Ferrer Foundation in a small village called Chenchu, where we implemented a women's entrepreneurship program to manufacture plates made out of Chenchu leaves. We also worked with Sevak Foundation and others to create sanitary napkin manufacturing facilities in Andhra Pradesh and elsewhere. Finally, I mentioned the WIN Foundation earlier. This was, you'll hear a lot more about it from my colleague Ron Mehta in the next session on water. But thanks to a very generous contribution from one individual in the US, WIN Foundation was created and a research facility was endowed at IIT Gandhinagar for clean water and sanitation technologies. So please hang in there for Ron's presentation on that project. One of the lessons we learned along the way was that these individual projects would die on the vine unless there was a way in which we could make it sustainable in a manner that people had an ownership in those projects. Without that sense of ownership, these projects would wither away over time. So we got together with actually folks from Stanford University and IEEE, and in a conference that we had, a similar conference in Philadelphia in 2018, we all agreed that the best way to do it is to approach it in a holistic manner, where we not only talk about clean water or healthcare, etc., because you cannot have good health without clean water. You cannot have clean water without plenty of energy, and so on. So we came together with IEEE and initiated what we call the Smart Village Project. Smart in this sense is not about technology alone, but it starts with a methodology. It's looking at the strengths of a village or a cluster of villages, get data on their requirements so that every intervention is measurable. So we know what kind of impact we are having, come up with achievable solutions that are replicable and can be used in other areas, and finally find the appropriate technology. So the Smart Village process starts with collecting data. And we have looked at various methodologies. We were guided by the Principal Secretary for the state of Gujarat, Lady Jayanti Ravi, who's written a book on the subject called SEHU, which is Social Enrichment and Human Upliftment. It talks about how you collect data in a manner and present it in a manner that is easily understood by the villagers. And when the villagers understand what we are trying to do and what we need to do together, then there is more collaboration. There is even more entrepreneurship as people start to take ownership of these projects. A matter of fact, the initial study was conducted by a group of students from IIT Tirupati, and they came up with a list of several priorities for a cluster of 7 villages in Aravali district. And this was conducted under the watchful eye of our sister organization in India called Wheels Charitable Foundation. And once these priorities were listed, the local Gram Panchayats were involved, the local governments were involved. And then we had a group of students from IIT Gandhinagar as well as IIT Bombay, some 60 students who went there and actually met with the villagers and came up with 20 entrepreneurial projects that were feasible and required for those areas, so that we could also meet the social needs that were expressed and identified by the students from IIT Tirupati earlier. So we felt that entrepreneurship is at the center of this whole exercise, that the first thing that we had to do was create an entrepreneurship cell within a central college called Shamlaji College. And one of our partners, which was also started by an IIT alumnus, an organization called iCreate, actually trained 2 professors from Shamlaji College and implemented an entrepreneurship cell. And the next step in this is to identify individuals within the community who can take ownership of each of the subsequent projects. We have already hired 4 sevaks within that region to help in this process. And we were also recognized by Niti Aayog in India as their official partners for technology transfer. Other government entities that have also recognized the methodology that we have adopted is NIRD, which is deeply involved in rural development. So it's kind of validates the process that we have adopted. And just to give you a little bit more insight into what smart village development is about, it's not just about applying technology or finding projects or entrepreneurship, but it involves individual development, social development, technical development, finally economic development. And as one of my colleagues very nicely put it, adapted, he said, it should be a project by the villagers, for the villagers, and of the villagers. So the whole idea is to get involvement at all levels. Individuals, the local panchayat, the local district government, district authorities, and the central government where necessary. And from a funding standpoint, most of these projects are funded either through charitable donations or through public-private partnerships. And we can have a conversation on that on another occasion. So the key guiding principles for Wheels has been technology-enabled philanthropy is applying technology to scale social programs and improve living conditions by creating livelihoods. The second key guiding principle is that it is purpose-driven innovation and entrepreneurship for social impact. It is very specific to the region where we are working. And sustainability is achieved by promoting entrepreneurship. So entrepreneurship is very central to our whole process. And finally, it is not just about return on investment, it is return on social investment by measuring impact, which the methodology that we have adopted allows us to do. Just a few examples of how technology has been applied. These are pictures from the Paraplegic Institute in Pune, where there are about 90 people, unfortunately that's the limit, of people, young soldiers who were rendered paraplegic due to IEDs or other ways in which they were injured during patrolling our borders. And most of them come from little villages and speak their local language. So they are cast aside by their families and their communities. So they needed help and they needed some encouragement. So Wheels, together with a local company, set up a computer lab with Internet of Things to teach them how to operate computers and learn languages. And soon after, one person from them got a job with a local contractor to print visitors' name badges. It made a huge difference to them. So the social impact was enormous. These are pictures from the Chenchu village, where we first donated a pickup truck. It's called RDT on wheels. It allows the local women, instead of walking all the way to the forest, about 12 kilometers to collect leaves, the pickup truck goes and brings it to them. We built a small shelter where these women gather and manufacture the plates that you see there made out of chenchu leaves. It created about 20 plus jobs, sustainable, they own it, they operate it, they keep the profits. So good examples of how entrepreneurship has been central to this whole, and it's not rocket science. When we start talking about telemedicine, of course, we are talking about using artificial intelligence and other methods for doing some pre-diagnostic work. So doctors sitting anywhere will get a sense for what they need to address. And some of that was covered in a presentation yesterday, how telemedicine works, so I won't go there. In the interest of time, I'm going to stop it. We would love to hear from you. We can be reached at wheelsglobal.org. Thank you again.
Yeah, thank you, Suresh. Really appreciate your comments. Now, I think I have a bunch of questions that have come, and I'll try to connect all of them together. You know, one of the question that was asked is about partnership, right? Dr. Manoj talked about it, and then also Revive also mentioned, and of course, Suresh, you also talked about how various partners have to come together to make this, the vision of realizing an ideal village reality, right? So how, each of your organizations have fostered partnership, especially Manoj, who mentioned that the numbers were really, really high in terms of when they established the partnership goals. I think they seem to have got a higher number. So if you can talk about partnership, and each of you can answer quickly.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think I'll just say the call of the day is to partner more and more, because many of our stakeholders are doing different activities at different level, but the impact required has to be much more enormous. This is why partnership is very much important, and SDG 17 underlines that one. And obviously many international forum people discuss about partnership. And we are in the domain of village development, rural development. The partnership is a must for us because our resources are limited, but the technical expertise, the experience we are having are very much enumerated, and we can very much share it. We are partnering with many organizations, international organizations, regional organizations, UN organizations. Being an intergovernmental organizations, we partner with many centers of excellences provided by our member countries. So these are very much advanced centers which are working for agricultural and rural development. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Priya, do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I mean, for us, partnership was not an option. We needed to respond to 100,000 people. We needed to do it quickly. And I mean, we did two things. One is we reached out to anyone and everyone who was willing to work with us, and really as much as possible try to adapt our model to their needs, even from a partnership perspective. And second, I mean, you won't believe this, but in the last few months, we've actually rejigged our entire organization structure to be partnership first. So across the board, every individual who works for Samhita, I mean, one of the key KRAs are how many people are you able to partner with? How do you sustain that partnership? How do you build upon it? I mean, there's just no way forward, particularly at a time like this. Just one last thing I want to add is, I think what's been amazing is I haven't stepped out of the house since April. I've never met all the 30, partners that I talked about in my presentation. And a lot of these relationships just got built on the phone and over Zoom and Skype, right? I mean, we needed to really invest in trust, knowing that everyone had the same intent, but different approaches. So I think we've seen a phenomenal trust-based relationship at a time when, everyone is firefighting across multiple aspects of their own work.
Excellent, excellent. Suresh, you want to add anything?
Well, the key part is communication. So when we entered Aravalli district or even Anandpur, it was very important that the key partners who have a presence in that region, who are committed to the same goals, are part of the whole process. So we have partners like Mission Samriddhi, who's managing the project in Aravalli. We have people like Surgeon Foundation, people who have presence there. They have run a school there, etc. Ekal Vidyalaya, which has got a lot of presence in many parts of India. Pratham is a partner. So we first identify the partners and then communicate what the goals are and what we are trying to do. And so communication is very important, openness and trust and faith in what each one of us brings to the table.
Yeah. Okay. I again, in any true partnership, right? As we all know, in the for-profit world, it's ultimately the beneficiary is the community, or in this particular case, an ideal village. So everybody has to work together, and I completely agree with making sure that the right partner is enabled for the right situation. So excellent. So another question. This is for John. Specifically, the President of the United States has given certain kind of funding. Let me just read the question correctly here. How has that helped your organization, was the question. John?
Educate, is that specific to a program? Would you mind repeating the question?
It's dismissed, I guess. I don't know. I don't see it anymore. I don't know why.
Okay.
Yeah. The question is, in other words, to make it, not particular. How has the federal government helped in your case of the rural development is another way to answer.
Oh yeah. And I can kind of answer that question in the same context as the prior question about partnership. Whether it's the federal or state government, each agency in the United States has various programs available specific to certain areas. Some have specific limitations. So it's important to pick from amongst the various resources that are available and identify the unique programs that are specific to the program that you're trying to address. And in the context of some of the coding academies that we've helped establish in Mississippi, one particular is a nonprofit. And the unique thing about that, typically with these types of programs, we expect the government to fund them or to seed fund them with grants. But, obviously they've got to become self-sustainable at some point because they can't continue to receive grants from the government in perpetuity. But the unique thing about one of our coding academies was rather than go to a government source for grant funding on the front end, the commitment was made with 3 private sector partners that are big brands in Mississippi. And they agreed to seed fund this particular coding academy in North Mississippi with total private dollars. And it wasn't until after the 3-year pilot to prove the concept would work in this rural community that they then went to an expanded program where they then went to get additional resources from the government. So with respect to funding resources, that kind of gives a little example of that particular question. And with regard to partnership, I think that kind of expands on that. Just shows how critical that dealing with private and private sector and government resources are so critical to make things work.
Yeah, and then I also looked at you have already answered the specific questions about the opportunity zone. So thank you. I have a question to Manoj along the same line, because you are working with multiple countries around the world. Especially in Asia and Africa. I wanted to know what kind of government, intervention or support do you seek and also influence? Hello.
Hello, can you hear me? As I mentioned in my presentation, we are an intergovernmental organization. So governments are members of this organization. Anytime we need certain help from any member or governments, this is readily available, especially because they come together and approve our program. We operate on a 3-year basis. We've got a very comprehensive program. I will invite all the panelists and all the participants to visit our website, so where you can see that it's a very comprehensive program in capacity building, human resource development, institutional capacity building, and obviously we partner with institutions in our respective governments, member governments. On top of that, we partner with the UN organization and regional bodies also like COMESA, SADC, and African Development Bank, Asian Development Bank. These are organizations we usually work for the implementation of larger projects whenever they come on our table.
Okay, thank you. This is a question in the concept of returnable grant. Priya, the question is, there were a few questions around that, right? And including I had one. So the way that you're structuring the returnable grant, as I understand, is the granting organization, whether it's an organization or an individual, give the money to you, and then do you eventually return that money to the organization, or you just recycle? That's one question. Second question is, what is the return rate? I mean, do you see either from the beneficiary or, I know there's a lot of repayment records about microfinance which are small amount of loans in high 90s, the return rate were there, especially from Dr. Eunice's work in Grameen Foundation. So that's the second part. And then the third one is, somebody asked a question about what is experienced as paid forward. I mean, assuming that you're forgiving that. I don't know what that means, basically, the paid forward concept. So if you could answer that, and then perhaps, Suresh can add to that from a Wheels Foundation standpoint, because you may be facilitating a lot of donors, going towards interventions like this.
Yeah, no, those are great questions. Can a donor get his money back? Absolutely, yes. Just the way it works is slightly different, which is they give us the money depending on where they are from and if they are CSR or whether they're corporate or not. In some cases, we can give the money back, or in most cases, they can tell us what to do with the money after a point in time. So hypothetically, let's say somebody gave us $100,000, 90,000 is left over after multiple churns and with some defaults. They can tell us at any point in time if we should just give the 90,000 to somebody else, anyone of their choice. So we can both return money, we can use it for other purposes as well. In terms of the default rate, the answer is we won't know until we do it. For the simple reason that you're right, sort of microfinance has kept it at 98%, 99%, kind of depending on the quality of the organization. We have already factored in somewhere between 10 to 15% default. We don't think it's going to be that high. We've actually also raised separate money, which is called a first loss default guarantee. So hypothetically, someone gives me $100,000, I give it to beneficiaries, 10% of them, 10% of it doesn't come back. I actually have a donor who will make good that 10%. So 100 goes back into the system. So we've sort of, provided some coverage even for any defaults that we expect. And I mean, broadly, having a default is not a horrible thing, right? These people are already vulnerable. So as long as they're using it for a good purpose, I mean, we're okay with it. Having said that, we would like repayments to be higher so we can circle the money. And then the last one, in terms of the pay it forward, it's really, I think, a bunch of communication and behavior science experts have said, hypothetically, I go to a farmer, I say, here's money at your time of need. Don't pay me back until the harvest season. Once you've made some money in the harvest season, pay it back in installments that work for you. So you're still conserving cash for your future needs and you're paying back as and when you're comfortable with it. But remember that any money that you give back to me goes to another farmer. So just like you've been helped at this time of need, we're kind of appealing to their altruistic side to say, please help somebody else, right? Because we have no legal recourse. I don't have a contract with this farmer. So I am in some sense dependent on his generosity. So it's a combination of an ability to repay and a willingness to repay. And we want to ensure that those that have the ability to repay are hopefully paying it back. So I hope I've answered 3 questions.
Thank you, Priya. And Suresh, do you want to add anything to that concept?
Yeah, so far, most of the projects that we have done are outright grants for local entrepreneurs if they wanted to start a project. So the question of a loan did not arise. It's a question of creating a livelihood. However, having said that, I mentioned the Vicente Ferrer Foundation or the Rural Development Trust in Anandpur, where we have also launched that entrepreneurship program with the Chenchu village. But going into the telemedicine program, we have now come up with a shared revenue kind of a model so that both the doctors as well as the local telemedicine operators will be able to share in the revenues, and a small portion of it will come back to the Wheels organization so that we can pay for maintenance and of the equipment, etc. So another sister organization in India started by IIT alumni is called Parfi. They came up with a public-private partnership model in Jharkhand, which is extremely successful, where they get loans from NABARD and students get student loans. And once this is primarily for skills development, 100% of the students actually get placed. Most of them are in nursing, and they have a model where there is direct deduction from their payroll to repay the loans. So they've had excellent turn around in terms of how the money comes back to the organization through a loan process.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to add, actually, some of our work was modeled on Parfi's work. So, these sort of centers of excellence in some sense are informing a lot of what we are now structuring together.
Yeah. Again, I think thank you very much, panelists, for sharing your thoughts. And I'm pretty sure with your thoughts, the attendees can make their own impact in the ideal village scenario. There are a bunch of questions that are still unanswered. Perhaps you can go into the Q&A window and answer. This is for the panelists. And then for the attendees, look at all the answers. I know we couldn't, with the limited time, we could not get all the answers sorted out. Again, we could do our best. And I think stay engaged and be committed to making an ideal village a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, AGK, and thank you the entire panel. It was excellent discussion. We've overrun about 7 minutes into the next session, so we will credit 7 minutes to the next session. Hopefully the speakers of the next session can stay on. So if I can ask Brook and KR perhaps to come on. We're going to start the next session, which is on clean energy and water. And it's my great pleasure to introduce Brook, who's going to be chairing and moderating the session. So Brook has several decades of energy, transportation, and agriculture expertise. He joined Kleiner Perkins in 2010 and is a founding partner of G2VP, where he has led investments in various areas. He's also a serial entrepreneur, having made several companies in the energy and transportation space. So very well qualified to chair and moderate this session. So Brook, I'll hand it over to you.
Great. Thank you, Sundar. It's my pleasure to be joining this wonderful conference and to be moderating this clean energy and water session today. As Sundar said, my name is Brook Porter. I'm a founding partner at the venture capital firm G2VP. We invest in later stage technology companies that are focused on modernizing traditional industries like energy and transportation and agriculture to make them more efficient and more sustainable. I started my career in energy and sustainability just over 20 years ago, right around the same time that Sridhar founded Bloom Energy. And in that short period of time, we've seen just an incredible transformation in clean energy technology. 2 decades ago, every form of clean energy was more expensive, some by orders of magnitude than dirty fossil fuel energy. But through innovation, investment, and smart policy, we've now flipped that paradigm on its head. In the last decade alone, solar energy costs have plummeted by over 80%, wind energy has dropped by half, battery costs by 90%. And we've established now quite clearly that the cheapest form of energy is renewable. Yet for all of our progress, right, we still have 1 out of 7 people on the planet living in energy poverty. For all the wealth and progress this country has in so many areas, we still have an antiquated grid that's seen underinvestment, And we've suffered from power outages and unprecedented wildfires right here in our backyard in Silicon Valley. And we've seen with COVID, as we also see with climate change, a strong correlation between economic, environmental, and social justice. We still have so much work to do, particularly as global citizens, as we recognize the increasingly interconnected nature of our economies, our societies, and our environment. So we thought, given the dynamic nature of this moment in time, we'd kick off this session with a fireside chat with K.R. Sridhar, founder and CEO of Bloom Energy, one of the pioneers of the clean energy revolution, and a vitally important technology in the portfolio of solutions we need for a sustainable future. I've had the great pleasure of having a ringside seat at Bloom Energy through the original investment by John Doerr and Kleiner Perkins, where I was a partner for 10 years. I even got to jump into the trenches a time or two myself, watching KR and his team pull off the Herculean feat of scaling a completely novel energy technology from scratch. So to kick off this session, we're going to play an introductory video on Bloom Energy, just to give a little context and background.
Hey, Brook.
Yeah.
If I can just interrupt, sorry. I should have mentioned earlier on that we have, of course, 3 other speakers in this session, Dean Rachael Kyte, Rohinton Mehta, and David Crosswell, who will be covering other aspects in this session. So they'll come on after the fireside chat.
And we'll have Bill Lenihan as well, right? The CEO.
Yeah, Bill Lenihan. Sorry, Bill. Yes, extremely important.
And also Carl Guardino, the EVP of Government Affairs and Policy at Bloom, will join the panel after this session with KR. And Sundar, just to be clear on the logistics here, if people have questions as we're going through either the fireside chat or the panel, do they type it into the chat session or the Q&A?
It's the Q&A. Please type your questions in the Q&A. The moderator gets, Brook, you'll get a chance to see those. Our team is also watching those questions. And what we'll do is, after KR's fireside chat, we'll take some questions for KR. We'll have a couple of minutes of that. And the rest of the questions, we reserve them for the panel discussion.
Okay, great. Let me just play this video and then we'll get started.
As the demand for reliable, clean electricity grows, we're faced with challenges such as an aging grid infrastructure, natural disasters, and rising electricity costs. Bloom's energy servers convert fuel into electricity through an electrochemical process without combustion at the highest efficiency of any power solution available in the world today. Designed for modularity, similar to a building block, any number of our systems can be clustered together in various configurations to form solutions from hundreds of kilowatts to tens of megawatts. Our energy server is a stationary power generation platform built for the digital age and capable of delivering highly reliable, uninterrupted, 24/7, always-on power that is also clean and sustainable. Among the most efficient energy generators on the planet, our platform dramatically reduces electricity costs and greenhouse gas emissions. Some of the largest companies in the world trust Bloom Energy to provide their businesses with clean, reliable, and resilient energy.
Okay, hopefully that worked for everyone. Sometimes Zoom is a little clunky with video sharing, but hopefully that worked. So to hand it off to you, KR, you know, I was thinking back, and one of the concepts that was first going mainstream 20 years ago was the idea of distributed generation, the concept that we could move away from centralized power to distributed power, the idea that technology could democratize access to energy, and with that, levelize the playing field for economic development. Seeing where we're at today with technology in the context of COVID, how has that idea of democratized access played out in your mind?
Brook, good morning to you and everybody on the panel. Good evening, wherever you are, good day. So Sundar, Anand, thank you so much for organizing this great conference. And Brook, it's been a pleasure working with you as a partner and glad to be sharing this fireside chat with you. So to start with the question, Look, there is a crisis is a terrible thing to waste, and every cloud has a silver lining. And if there is a silver lining to this really horrendous COVID crisis that the world is facing, the pandemic, it is going to accelerate some of the things that is going to make us as one human civilization a lot better than the old construct that we had. Coming out of this should not be coming to the old normal. It should be a new paradigm. And if we did that, we are actually exploiting this crisis to our benefit and forging out of this crisis character that we as a generation can look back and be proud of. So that's the opportunity here. So let me just frame that at a very high level. So to get to your question of where things are, clearly, I think the understanding that distributed access is key to resiliency. You know, it's the idea that nature has taught us in so many ways. When things are fragile, when you think of animal kingdom, plant kingdom, anything like that, when things are fragile, nature tries to keep that going, or evolution makes sure that it creates the distributive mechanisms such that there is resiliency built into it. In our quest for globalization, which is important, what we have done is swung the pendulum very far to one side to centralize everything and to make a few pockets, whether it's geographies, whether it's countries, whether it's cities, so important to the rest of the world that if that place were to sneeze, the entire world catches a cold. And the concept of the ideal village, which was started with really building this pyramid, I think, Sundar, of going from how do you first create sustenance, right? I mean, it's the basics. I mean, people forget there are a few billion, you know, there are more than 1 billion people for whom the number one idea is not end of the world. It is end of this week, it is end of the day. Are they going to live? You know, sustenance. On top of that, you think about stability, right? How can I make that stable? I say bring sustenance, stability, sustainability, right? But then the thing is, this COVID has given us an opportunity to accelerate those things and build them all together so we can build sustenance, stability, but more than that, sustainability. And when I say sustainability, it's not just environmental sustainability. If you don't have economic sustainability, if you don't have economic prosperity, you will not have environmental sustainability, right? There is no energy poor economy, even in a microcosm. You know, if you're energy poor, you're economically poor. If you're energy rich, you're economically rich. But can we do that in a sustainable manner? Can we bring this together, right? So in the context of the ideal village, let's make it a little bit more global. You know, village after all is a construct of our own definition, right? So if you think about how things spread, why, you know, we have seen in the last few decades, the push and pull between mega cities and suburbs and exurbs, right? Why a suburb? Because a suburb was the maximum amount of time you will tolerate sitting in a car and driving to a place, right? That defined the extent of the suburb. But as we are doing right now, this, you know, today in this conference, the acceleration of connectivity and access that has come from digitization, online tools, the availability of technology, including energy technology, Brook, that we put together. If you look at it, the reason people came to the cities is to find better life. because access was important for opportunity. The key is access. Access to what? Access to a better life. But access to a better life is defined by access to energy, access to jobs, because jobs are where energy is, access to capital, access to ideas, actually, access to smart people. Ideas existed everywhere, but you could not capitalize on it until you had access. So you moved from the villages to the cities. That paradigm can be completely broken. So the ideal village, in my mind, should now become integral to the smart city, the ideal city, the smart suburb, and it's one continuum. And more people will want to live in the ideal village because, this has been a shock to our system. People are questioning, why am I living in a city? Why did I move to a city? Can I have the best of both worlds, so to speak, by being in an ideal village? This reverse brain drain is going to be important if ideal villages are going to thrive, because these people going back with the knowledge they have, with the education they have, with all the access tools they have, will make those places much better. It's not gentrification, it is really going back and forth between these ecosystems seamlessly. And the question that you asked, distributed, is access. The world has proven this. The world has proven this in computing. It's proven this in telecom, right? When you have landline telephones, how many villages had phones and how many phones did they have? Look at the mobile phone. What happened? Centralized versus distributed. When we had only mainframe computers, how many villages had IBM computers? Mainframe computers. Look at where we are with PCs. The same thing is happening with energy. So the technologies are all converging to say distributed is fine. You can be anywhere in the world and you will have access. If you have access, you have opportunity. If you have opportunity, that economy can thrive.
Yeah, KR, I think this key word is access, no question. When we started this Ideal Village program 5 years ago, no one had a clue about COVID or all the impact that's going to happen today. What we have found in this rural setting is that, as you said, energy poor will always be a limitation. So you have to provide energy is core. Energy is core for providing access, for providing telemedicine, education, all the things that we're trying to do in the ideal village. Having access to energy is extremely important. And the poor access has limited progress. Now, the distributed part is also extremely important because you can't rely on a major grid or other aspects. It has to be local. So I want to get this discussion into where Bloom Energy, I think, has a tremendous role to play. But let me add one more thing. When I was in Chennai during the lockdown for 4 months, couldn't fly out of there. The amazing thing that I noticed was how much the environment had changed. Even being in Chennai in a city, walking around in the neighborhood, it was quiet. You could hear the birds. The air was clean. The skies were blue. It was an incredible difference. And it kind of told me, if we didn't have all these fossil fuels and the pollution from all the automotive and so on, transportation, we could be living in a beautiful world. So the ideal village can really be realized. I think energy has a tremendous role to play. So I'd like you to kind of give your thoughts on how Bloom can really, you guys have done a tremendous job in data centers and, enterprise and so on, in the urban setting. What are your thoughts on as far as the rural settings? What's the roadmap?
So our goal, as stated in our mission, has always been access of electricity to everybody on the planet. So that's part of our mission statement. That's where we want to go. But as you know, we just talked about PCs and cell phones. Just go back to the first 10 years of PCs and cell phones to, a decade and a half ago. It was only the CEOs and the movie stars who could carry it. It was expensive, but there was a cost down curve. There was an access curve, right? So that's the roadmap that we are on. You make the product more robust. By the time it gets to a village, the product has to be very robust. And technology takes time to get to that robustness. It has to be affordable. You know, you can provide everything with distributed, but if you didn't have it be affordable, it's not for everybody. You want an example of that? That could be a private jet, right? A private jet is very distributed. You can go where you want to go. Not everyone can have it because the big, you know, there's another big A in addition to access, and that's affordability, right? Unlike a private jet whose cost is not going to come down like Moore's law, right? What we designed the platform for is to say that cost is going to come down with every generation to a point where it's affordable, okay? But when we think of affordability, we also think about, is it sustainable? Is it reliable? Because electricity in the modern world is not just when you can have it. It cannot be just intermittent. That's the reason why while we have renewables, which is extremely important and will play a very important role even in an ideal village setting, if you really want economic growth, you need lots more energy, not just an LED light and something else. You need water treatment. You need schools to have access. You need refrigeration for agriculture. If you're a fishing village, you need to be able to store that. You need to capture the value upstream, thereby creating economic value to the farmer as opposed to all the middlemen taking everything away, as well as making it extremely inefficient. Those things require lots of energy. So it's a combination of the like renewable power that you have, but it's intermittent. It's like rainwater, right? You need it to be 24/7, 365, not just when nature gives it to you. So what you need is an ability to provide reliable power, and that's where Bloom comes in. So there are multiple pathways. Number one, today in most of the world, and it is a transition fuel, and we believe very strongly in it, it is not about fossil versus renewable. It is more about air quality and CO2. Okay, the reason when you were in Chennai, you were able to breathe the air and see clearly, think about this, CO2 does not cause to that. It causes another problem, which is climate change. But it's the SOx, the NOx, the particulates. When you burn the fuel, you get that. Even when you use natural gas in the Bloom systems, we create none of those things. So you get very high air quality, right? So it's a transition fuel that is a much lower carbon footprint that's affordable. But where do we need to go? Where we need to go is any village that has its own self-reliance and sustenance has plenty of food. That food comes with bio-waste. That bio-waste between animal waste, plant waste, and human waste can be converted to biofuel, biogas, and that biogas can be powering the Bloom energy servers. We have proven that, and we're doing pilots. Second thing, if you have wind, if you have solar, whatever that location is, we can create with that excess power that's generated when nature gives it hydrogen on site. Okay, and that hydrogen, with our platform and with our technology, this is running the Bloom system in reverse of taking water and electricity and producing hydrogen. So think of the green molecules. The green molecules are biogas. The green molecules are hydrogen. Those can go into producing power, but the hydrogen is also a transportation fuel. So whether you're running your tractors, whether you need your local transportation, whether you need to fill in your cargo trucks, there's your fuel. So the world is going in a beautiful direction of self-reliance for the essentials, but globally connected for the best of everything. So here is an opportunity. We went from completely localized economies to very much only global economies at the expense of the local. I think we're going to find the balance between local and global in a very nice way if we do this right coming out of this crisis.
That's great, KR. John Doerr just recently said, it's now clearly cheaper to save the planet than to ruin it. I think this notion that suddenly sustainability and in the context of energy is actually cheaper than the old way of doing things. It's amazing to me, I think, how little this is known broadly around the world. And I think in the context of the developing world, oftentimes the discussion steers towards we have to make decisions and adopt the same methodologies that we used in the developed world to scale our economies. We have to accept fossil fuels or coal or other cheap forms of electricity using the context of only static data points. They're not necessarily looking at the trends. And when you look at the trends, it becomes obvious what the answer is for the long-term, cheapest, most reliable, most sustainable solutions. How have you found those conversations, and what can we do to increase awareness, because we are running out of time in the context of climate, to make these decisions more quickly and avoid making the same legacy mistakes that we've been making for the last several decades, and make that transition faster?
So look, people come at it through different ways, and each one has its merit, right? Policy, worldwide treaties like the Paris Accord. These are all some ways to do it. But being an engineer, being an entrepreneur, being an innovator, I go, those are all important. I'll take part in it because we need all ideas, and who knows which one will take off faster, because the real enemy here is time. We don't have time, right? The sooner we get there, the better it is. Otherwise, we are going to suffer. The planet's going to suffer. Every species is going to suffer, not just the human, human race. So the real enemy is time. So we should try everything. But knowing what I know best, being an innovator, being somebody who believes in bringing technology to people, I have to ask a very fundamental question, right? The fundamental question is, when the cell phone came along, we didn't have to go convince people, please don't use a landline. Okay, we didn't need global policies and global constructs to make that happen. At the end of the day, it's that affordable, accessible technology. If you have that widget, people are going to migrate. Yes, people will fight you, unless the Telecom Act had happened in the US and the AT&T monopoly was not broken and others were allowed to come in, we couldn't have put that cell phone infrastructure here that ultimately led to where it needed to go. So policy is important, right? But at the end of the day, it is that technology and that affordability and that product, that alternative. What is that alternative? So Brook, the thing that you're saying for people like listening to us in terms of it is cheaper to do it right with cleaner technologies, that's kind of, people may say, is that really true? Well, I'll give a very simple reason to believe, for people to immediately understand why this is true, right? We all know from doing whatever we do at home, doing it right the first time always costs a lot cheaper than doing it multiple times and fixing it, right? Whatever you've done in your lives, right? So it's the same thing here, number one. Number two is this. Think of energy as a box. Your energy generation, your electricity generation as a box. Something's going in, something's coming out, okay? What's coming out is why you're doing all this work for. What's going in is the price you're paying for it. If the most efficient technologies that give you more of what you want coming out is what you ultimately want, then clearly the more efficient technologies should be cheaper, because the input coming in, which is what you pay for, is a lot less, right? But it takes time for that technology to get developed and for the market to adopt it. So the signals we really need here in the developed world is market signals to allow us to go down that cost curve as fast as we can, so we can serve the entire world, right?
Yep, couldn't agree more.
So Brooke, I think we're getting close to the time, but there's maybe if you want to pick one question from the audience, if you see anything that really should be answering. or we can take them during the panel discussions. I know Carl is going to be on the panel.
Yep. Maybe it'd be great to get an example, KR, of how you've seen Bloom Energy's technology impact, whether it be a customer or an ecosystem in a way that might be representative of what we could see in an ideal village application. Obviously, energy is foundational, and all economic and social benefits build on the back of energy prosperity. Can you share any direct examples that might be representative of the global opportunity and need in the energy space?
Sure. Let me paint a vision here, and if you can just close our eyes and try to, imagine that this could be the future, maybe the place that I can leave us all with, right? So, I come from a village in, South India. It is a like rice basket to the country. So a lot of rice husk, a lot of agricultural waste. And think about it, if you think of a rice plant, the amount of rice grains that come at the top of a plant is so small in mass compared to all the other waste, right? That waste, the rice husk, the hay, has significantly more energy, gas, that can be extracted. And then the hay is still a good manure, or it's a good food for agriculture, because it's only the volatiles that you're taking out to create the biogas. So imagine having a little gas plant next to this rice husk plant in a little village of a few thousand people or a few hundred people producing biogas. That biogas, along with a small amount of solar and wind, I'm saying small amount of solar because remember, this is highly valuable land. They would rather be growing food than putting solar panels out there. It's better to put solar panels out in the desert, okay? Not in a land use place when 10 billion people need to be fed. So, few solar panels, wind if it's available, and this biogas, the wind and solar producing hydrogen, the biogas, plant producing biogas going into our systems. And what comes out of that Bloom Energy server there would be a microgrid for the village. The microgrid is low voltage because why do you need high voltage coming into your house? LED lights, your flat panel screens for telemedicine and education and access. They all are low voltage, right? Cell phones, they're all low voltage. And then the hydrogen there is used for the tractors, the transportation. And the excess energy is used to create clean water. When you have clean water, you already elevated health. On top of that, now you have access using internet to higher education. And that rice is not just sold in bulk, but is processed upwards to create economic value. Imagine the lives of those farmers, their economic well-being will be an order of magnitude better than where it is today. That's something worth working for. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, KR. Just want to let you know, we have a plan to have 1,000 ideal villages by 2025. Hopefully we can have Bloom as one of our partners in realizing that vision.
I think Carl and you can discuss that during the panel discussion. Thank you so much, and good luck with the rest of the conference.
Brook, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you, KR, for a fantastic discussion. So now we're going to transition to our panel discussion. We've got an incredible lineup of speakers today. We're going to start with a few words from each panelist. And I'll remind everyone that you have a 10-minute budget, so I'll do my best to try to keep us on track. First up, I would like to introduce Rachael Kyte, Dean of the Fletcher School at Tufts University. Over to you, Rachael.
Thank you very much, and I'm glad to be here today talking about an issue very dear to my heart, as well as one that I've worked on for many years. So in my allotted 10 minutes, I want to cover quite a bit of ground, but at a high level, and then open up for more detail perhaps in the Q&A. So the world was making progress before COVID gripped the global economy in terms of the number of people who had access to affordable, reliable and clean energy. I think the world was making significant progress in understanding the importance of productive use. That is, that you need sufficient clean, reliable and affordable energy to be able to be productive within the economy. I think there was significant progress in understanding which technologies on what platforms are the most use to those people who are without that reliable, affordable and clean energy. And we were beginning to see more and more innovation and more private finance and some public finance flowing into delivery models for that clean, affordable and reliable energy in places where it matters. COVID has, I think, taken a sledgehammer to some of that progress in that as we speak here, the IMF and World Bank annual meetings are going on virtually, but in DC. And the estimates are that about 150 million people will be pushed back into poverty as a result of COVID. The International Energy Agency reported yesterday, buried deep within the World Energy Outlook, that about 23 million people are pushed back into energy poverty. And I have big question marks about that number. I think that's an underestimate. We can talk about that in the Q&A. And we know that there is severe constraint now on overseas development assistance, which has been used as blending and risk sharing for private capital to come into the distributed energy space in the most needy countries and the most needy populations within those countries. And so there's a really big question now about, how do we sort of stop the pushback and think about how to find ways to secure that energy access. Understanding that energy access, as was already discussed in the last conversation, is absolutely fundamental to resilience. It's very difficult to have an effective healthcare system without access to that reliable, affordable and clean energy. It's very difficult to lift yourself out of poverty if you can't build a home-based business, if you can't build a village business, if you can't build on from there. So I'd like to talk about finance a little bit in a moment, but just to talk about where I do see some of the innovation in recent years. I think there's been some very interesting work on what is the way into the problem, because it would seem to be really reasonably obvious that without access to energy, it's very difficult to have the growth and development that would be sought. We're not talking about enormous amounts of money to solve the problem. We're talking about known geographies and known populations. So about less than 20 countries account for more than 80% of those who don't have access to energy today. They are highly concentrated in sub-Saharan Africa. And within those, that subset of countries, they display different characteristics. You've got war-torn and conflict-affected countries. You've got poor countries that are sort of stagnant in terms of growth, but you've also got countries that have made quite sizable progress. And when we look at why those countries that are making progress were making progress, it's because they had put policy reform in place, which meant that they had more integrated energy planning, which meant that they were embarking on significant support to distributed energy alongside improvements to the grid. And of course, that distributed energy, which reaches the people who are traditionally below and beyond the power lines, is actually a platform made for renewable energy. And while there is still the occasional flare-up of a ideological debate about whether or not we should be using fossil fuels to reach the 800 million people who don't have access to energy, given who they are and where they live and the conditions in which they live, I think it's difficult to imagine that grid-connected fossil fuel power is going to be the cheapest and easiest way to reach them. It's also been interesting to see that the largest investors in energy in sub-Saharan Africa are the Chinese, followed then by OECD countries, but also to see significant strides in investment from Indian companies into for example, the Sahel. And what's interesting there, I think, is how green that investment will be from China going forward, especially in light of new Chinese agreements and commitments around themselves getting to net zero. So the whole question of the green BRI, but also the fact that Indian companies obviously have a different risk appreciation than I would say many European and North American companies, whose sort of starting premise is that they need belt and braces from export credit guarantee and other development finance, whereas many of the Indian companies seem to understand that this is a growth market and that there's something that has strong attributes for the future. When we talk about finance, however, if we can accept that this seems to be a very smart investment to make, that this would be a way to build a more inclusive economy going forward and with greater growth if everybody has access to clean, affordable, reliable energy, then I think it's interesting that very little of the blended finance and the overseas development assistance actually goes into this sector in the countries that really matter. And in my previous work as the Special Representative of the Secretary General for Sustainable Energy for All, we spent a lot of time tracing the financial flows into the energy access space. And what was interesting was that the IEA's number was that we needed about 50 billion a year in order to be able to close the energy access gap. We were able to trace about 19 to 20 billion of that money. So half of it is actually being pledged and committed. But by the time we had traced it to a country, so a lot of that money goes into the large countries that donors are able to actually disperse funds in. And then we were able to take, so most of the money therefore goes to like India, the Philippines, perhaps Kenya, Bangladesh as the top four. So then when you take that away and you look at what's left and you start tracing that to the countries which have the greatest energy access gaps, obviously many of them have poor governance environments, poor regulatory environments, poor environments for business startups, and the business enabling environment for SMEs being not good. Some of them have poor environments for women-owned businesses, and there's a significant number of women-owned businesses at the bottom of the pyramid. We were able to estimate that about 1% of the GDP of the ODA that is flowing into the energy access space was actually flowing into the countries that needed it most and to the populations within those countries that needed it most. So with that very small amount of finance that you can use for blending, or you can use for risk sharing, or you can use to actually propagate public sector projects, we were able to see a lot of innovation. I commend the work of Access to Energy in, International A2EI out of Berlin, who have done some very interesting work on what it would take to replace the diesel genset with a solar genset. And imagine, every market in Nigeria, for example, not having the throbbing of gensets in every stall, but to actually have a clean environment and a clean sound environment as well. In their latest work, which they published just a few weeks ago, are on really a call for us to listen to what is needed and to stop guessing and to actually have much more greater research into what activities could be best supported by new clean energy innovation. They were able to show that the way in which, for example, a solar dryer for coffee would work in certain environments, and how maybe a solar dryer for other grains would work in other arable environments. And so I think we have to be very, very clear to listen to the consumer, listen to the villager, listen to what they really want and need. This is also important in the other aspect of energy access, which is clean cooking. And here, for a long time, the conversation has been a supply side conversation about energy fuels, and then with some work done around innovation in terms of actual devices. In fact, for many years, everybody was focused on the devices and not on the affordability of a clean fuel to the woman who needs to be able to buy it. It's interesting to me that we haven't necessarily used some of the development approaches that have worked elsewhere, where you actually put cash in the hands of the consumer and allow them to make choices about how they would spend that in order to be able to cook cleanly and safely for their children. But what's interesting now is that some African countries now actually have detailed plans for their energy transition, dealing with access and dealing with their need to grow green at the same time. This comes as countries have to submit NDCs to the Paris Agreement by the end of the year, and now green recovery plans will have to come forward. Even in these cases, and I'm aware of Rwanda's case, where they have a very clear view about the role that biomass can play, clean biomass can play in clean cooking, the role that LPG could play in certain urban settings, while they wait for innovation in solar cooking, which they believe will be the way for most Africans to be able to cook safely in the years to come. That even in that scenario, donors who are relied upon for the clean cooking sector stipulate that they don't want to support LPG. While I don't think that overseas development assistance should be supporting fossil fuels, because this is not a way to support growth over the long term, it isn't the women of the suburbs of Kigali that are causing climate change. And if that is a transition mechanism for the Rwandan government, then I think it should be supported. So the final point I want to make is that as a result of COVID, I think there's going to be extraordinary pressure on public funds and support to this sector. And this would be remiss because, as I said, it builds the resilience for the kind of growth that we need to recover from COVID. It builds resilience in health systems, which will be absolutely essential for this pandemic and the next ones to come. And it's fundamental to your ability to be able to read and do your homework and to build the education system that will be another route out of poverty for sub-Saharan Africa. So right at the heart of the matter is energy access. That energy access, the good news is that energy access can be supplied by clean energy more than dirty energy. The good news is that there is a lot of innovation, and I think we know more about what people want, but pulling it all together with a sense of urgency over the next few years will be critical. Final thing I want to say is John Doerr was quoted in the last discussion about the fact that it's now understood that it's cheaper to save the planet than to despoil it. This is not news for hundreds of millions of people around the world, but they're not the people making big financial equity decisions in northern capitals, and they haven't been the people that have been setting the table for development finance discussions. But they've been indigenous people, they've been women in villages, they have been voices that have been drowned out in the cacophony of the argument over how to sustain a fossil fuel system. And it's interesting that the International Energy Agency, when it published its World Energy Outlook yesterday, after 18 years of being wrong about how fast renewable energy could actually penetrate markets, finally had to accept that solar will be the cheapest and most profitable form of energy in years to come. It took 18 years for one establishment organization to actually state what other people knew. And so we have to make this whole business more transparent, break open the models, let everybody get their hands dirty on them, because we have an energy transition that has to take place in a record amount of time. We have really this decade. We don't have time to persuade the last private equity financier, provide the last modeler sitting in Paris, that what other people know to be true is right. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Some fantastic points, and thank you for sharing those perspectives. Looking forward to the Q&A. I'll hand off now to Bill Lenihan, CEO of Zola Electric. Bill?
Well, thanks, Brooke. Can you hear me okay? Yeah, good. Let me share my screen here. Okay. Well, thank you so much for inviting me and having me at this conference. I've really enjoyed the speakers and a lot of truth. And it was nice for Rachael to tee me up and talk about energy access and the need to move with urgency. So thank you for that. I'm the CEO of Zola Electric. I have been operating in the renewable space for about 10 years now. I was one of those private equity investors prior to that have been mentioned a few times and saw the light, so to speak, and have been with this company now for 5 years and have seen some great progress. So let me talk to you about the problem statement here first. I mean, just to put some numbers around it, 2.3 billion people across the globe and hundreds of millions of businesses lack affordable and reliable power. About half of those live in off-grid kind of rural settings, and about half live in more peri-urban and urban on-grid or unreliable grid settings. It's a massive problem across the globe, and it's a tax. Ultimately, it's a tax on people that can least afford it, because I mean, not only is it impacting livelihoods and businesses, but at the end of the day, this energy ecosystem that is serving this population is the most expensive ecosystem in the world. They pay significantly more for really inferior energy than any other population, any developed population in the world. So it's a problem. The root cause of this problem is, at least in my opinion, is twofold. One, lack of investment in these regions to develop some energy apparatus, and secondly, and just as importantly, is the energy apparatus that has been built today in these markets is built for the developed world. It's not built for the emerging markets. And what I mean by that is half of this is utility centralized fossil fuel, which has been underinvested and is inferior, and the other half is distributed. But the distributed technology that exists in these markets were built for developed markets. And if there's a takeaway here that I'd like everybody to have, is that the solution here from a distributed perspective is really less about distribution of energy, because it already exists. These are the largest distributed energy markets in the world. They're just inferior. Their use of generators, batteries that are built for backup. And so this kind of what it looks like. And this market in front of you. This is really everything from, these pictures are from Lagos, Nigeria. I think in 10 to 15 years, Lagos will be the most populated city in the world, over 40 million people. And this is how they get their energy. But it really doesn't matter if you're in Lagos or you're in the Serengeti or if you're in the Amazon. You tend to get your energy in very similar fashions. If there's a grid, it's intermittent. In Lagos, it works 4 to 5 hours a day. People, because of a lack of, if they have no grid or because they have an unreliable grid, they create their own distributed network around it. They put diesel generators, which, as we know, have a real tax on the world from an environmental perspective, but it's also wildly expensive energy from the user's perspective. 60 cents a kilowatt hour for this energy. If you live in Tokyo, you pay as much as anybody in the world, and you're still paying 35 cents in the developed markets. So if that's not an effective means for you, or you need further backup, what you have is basically a car battery, or you might even have something more developed. You might have a lithium-ion battery and an inverter, which gives you some level of energy. But the reality is you cram all of this ecosystem together, and what it provides to you is real lack of reliability. It's extremely costly. It's painful because you're provisioning it yourself as an individual, as a business, and it's wildly environmentally unfriendly. So, what do we do about it? We kind of took a step back 10 years ago when this company was founded. Not quite 10, maybe 7 now. It predates me. The view here was distributed apparatus ecosystem was the way to go, but it needed to be centralized, which you don't see. It needed to be primary power, not backup power. This part of the world, whether you're in Africa or Southeast Asia or Latin America, they've got enough distributed power. It needs to have some nuance to it in some ways. And what does that mean? Well, at the end of the day, these are all smart batteries, but they share a common thread. One is it's modular, so it doesn't matter how much power you need right now. There's a system that works for you, so it's sized correctly for you today. It's integrated. And that means that it basically, the way to think about that is it controls the whole energy experience for either the homeowner or the business or a mini grid operator. It controls if you want solar panel to be the production, you can control that. If you want an inverter, a battery, if you want the grid, it doesn't matter. You have one system that controls everything and provides that one sort of management, energy management experience for you. It's not backup, it's primary. It's connected, it's smart. There's visibility into how it's performing. You can optimize however you want. If you need reliability, it'll optimize for the most reliable form of energy. If you want to reduce your cost, it'll optimize for the lowest cost form of energy. It's upgradable, and it really provides you with power for life because you can scale these systems to whatever you ultimately need. And that's really important because the combination of the modularity and the integration is what creates the network. And that's really what we're building here. We're building a network. We're building the grid, but from the ground up in a distributed fashion. Now, I do a really bad job of describing this company because it's complicated. And I think the easiest way, you almost have to teleport yourself into these markets to see it. So I have a video here, which I tried this morning to reduce. It's 4 minutes, so I might just cut it off at some point if I feel like it's gotten to the point where people are bored. But I'm going to show this to you, and this will give you a little bit more on the ground insight into what the heck we're doing in these markets. Whoop, that's not what I wanted to do. And Brooke, give me the thumbs up if this works.
Just can't hear it.
Uh-oh. Oh boy.
So you have to share when you share the video, you have to click on two boxes at the bottom.
Can I share the video?
Yeah, you can stop sharing and share again.
Oh, stop share?
Yeah, stop share, share again. And before you say share, just click on the two check boxes at the bottom.
So share screen.
Yeah, you should see two check boxes in the bottom. Share audio or something.
Might need to be a separate video file though. But...
Yeah, I think it is. Oh man. You know what I can do though? All right, let me see here. So I'm sorry, well, I thought I had this thing nailed and I didn't. Let's see, stop share. I hope this works here. Okay.
So when you share your PowerPoint, down below is a box called Share Computer Sound.
On the left.
I'm just gonna share the, oh, I got it. Oh, share computer sound, here we go.
And do both, optimize for video.
Okay.
Yeah. And then
I gotta go back to
PowerPoint again.
Let's see here. Did I have that? Is it here? And then it's,
yeah,
it's here.
Today, 2.3 billion people lack. Today, 2.3 billion people lack access to energy or lack access to a reliable energy.
Whether you're a family or a business, you typically get your energy from the grid. It might work 4 to 16 hours a day. You'll have to back that up with a diesel generator. You'll buy a series of car batteries to store energy. You take that whole system, you cram it all together, and you get a vastly inferior power solution, one that is very expensive, it's unreliable, it doesn't last, and it's extremely painful.
Everything's disrupted when there's power cuts. And so that's why it's such a priority to have a reliable source of power.
Zola's mission from the very beginning is clean, 24-hour power anywhere. And today we're fulfilling that promise to over 1 million people.
Infinity is this one box that solves all your energy needs.
It combines solar power, energy storage, along with the power grid to give you 24/7 reliable power.
Infinity is always there to pick the most available and cost-efficient power source that you have connected to it and allow you to have power continuously 24 hours, 7 days a week, 365. That's the Infinity.
So what we're doing with Infinity is we're communicating to the cloud to check the weather, and we're seeing whether we should be storing the solar power or whether we should be storing grid power because it's going to be a cloudy day. And we're monitoring the power grid because we want to know if there's a voltage spike that's going to come and cause a fire or burn out your appliances, and we need to disconnect from that immediately. It makes decisions for you intelligently, automatically, about where your power is coming from, always optimizing for how do we keep the power reliable.
You don't have to worry about the grid being available. You don't have to worry about if you have a generator, when the generator is going to run. You don't have to worry about it.
Hey, Brook, was that working?
Yeah, that was good. I think it was a great overview.
Okay, good, because I couldn't hear it. I was like, can you guys hear it?
Yeah.
So, okay, all right. Well, I think I'll just stop it there.
That's great. Do you have some more, or should we? We're a little behind on schedule, so maybe we'll.
Yesterday.
Yeah, let me
and
do
affordability
this. Let me just show you,
is very important to our customers.
It's modular, so you can.
There we go. Let me just show you a couple of examples of what we're doing. Can you still hear me, Brook?
Yeah.
Okay. Of what we're doing today. So hopefully you got the feel for what these systems can do, and the fact that they're integrated and they're scalable. It really allows the technology to kind of go anywhere and address the pain points that exist anywhere. On the left is a mini grid project. It's really the world's first distributed mini grid. Most mini grids are built centralized, and then you run lines to loads. This is really a distributed mini grid. So our systems sit across this community. It's 1,000 homes, it's 100 schools and shops, and it's powered in a distributed fashion, but ultimately works like a network where the energy can be shared, it can be stored, it can be distributed through different controls to wherever it needs to go. And I'm really proud of a project we just completed this last week, where right now, and if people are familiar, Brazil has obviously been hit very hard with COVID, and the indigenous population of Brazil, the Amazon, has been hit particularly hard. What's happening here? People are going into work, they're bringing in the disease and the virus, and unfortunately, most of the indigenous population does not have the treatment to take care of its people. So they're either dying in the villages or they're going in the cities and creating more issues within COVID within those cities. So first order, talk about building blocks of life, clinics, what have you, to treat these conditions require energy. So what we did was we went out and this village is literally, I wish I had a flyover picture, in the middle of the Amazon, and two circular clearings where this population lives. It's a Kakuro tribe. It's 1,500-year-old indigenous population, and we're now powering a COVID clinic there, and we're powering it like we're powering Gagagati in Rwanda with a distributed system. It's powering that clinic, and it's allowing for power for ventilation, for refrigeration, for medicines, for testing protocols, that sort of thing. And ultimately, the notion is this centralized power source will be run in a distributed fashion to the village. So that was just, these pictures are literally about a week old, and super important and impactful project. So,
amazing.
Just a little bit of where the world is going from a technology perspective and how we're trying to support and energy access.
That's great, Bill. Thank you for sharing that. I want to just keep rolling so we don't run out of time. I want to have a little time for Q&A among the panelists. Just hand it off to Ron Mehta. Ron, are you ready to go?
Yes, I am. Hello, can you hear me? Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk about clean water innovations at grassroots experiences. I am the executive director of WIN Foundation. Next slide, please. Which was a spawned from Wheels Global Foundation that my colleague Suresh Shenoy earlier talked this morning. We are a private foundation in the US, but operating entirely in India. And we only have two objectives, water and sanitation and maternal and child health issues, actually supporting innovations to improve the bottom of the pyramid, the lowest economic strata of Indian society in rural villages. We basically operate our system based on what I call as CPR, water conservation, water purification for the P, and water reuse for the R. Typically, we have been working with India's elite universities, mainly the IITs, IIT Kharagpur, IIT Bombay, IIT Gandhinagar, and some very, very innovative NGOs, along with corporates like Tata Power. Next slide, please. These are some of the projects that we have done. With IIT Bombay, we have several projects going on. We are using a very smart chemical purification system called capacitive deionization as alternative to using reverse osmosis. As you all know, reverse osmosis is the most acceptable and practiced way to effectively make clean water from contaminated drinking water, from contaminated sources. But it's got high energy consumption, and almost 50% of the feed water is wasted. In CDI, using carbon nanotubes with a chemistry professor at IIT Bombay, we are now developing prototypes which will soon be put into operation, where we are able to use battery power from a AA battery to purify 5-liter, 5-liter container of contaminated water, removing 90% of the dissolved solids, including some of the baddies like arsenic, fluoride, chloride, sulfate, sodium, potassium, and so on, at a very affordable cost of 10 paisa or 0.1 rupees per liter. We believe this particular system has great deal of merit. And once our prototypes are tested out in rural villages, we intend to distribute them to a large population, like one per household. I won't dwell into some of the other projects, but I wanted to talk about the R part, or the reuse part, that I mentioned earlier at IIT Kharagpur, which is the oldest IIT in India. We are taking a slipstream from the sewage at the IIT Kharagpur campus, and we have granted enough funds to some of the professors there who are actually using a multi-stage modular plant to make potable water from sewage, again at a very affordable cost. Recycling water is becoming an increasingly necessary thing due to the water shortfall. At IIT Gandhinagar, which is one of the newer IITs and where our foundation is headquartered, we are supporting research based on surface engineered particle to remove 99.999% of the bacteria coliform and the organics. and also a cost-effective way of removing arsenic from groundwater. But the project that I am actually most interested and most thrilled about is the one we are doing with Arid Communities and Technologies and Tata Power's CSR group in a very arid part of India in the Kutch district of Gujarat, where we are actually using participatory groundwater management techniques to decrease the salinity of groundwater and bring up the water table. If you'll go to the next slide, I will talk a little bit more about how we are doing these things. We have actually trained local village high school graduates. When I say we, actually our NGO. And we have operated now in close to over 100 villages. We have converted defunct bore wells into recharge wells so that the 1 month in a year when it rains in that part of India, we are able to take the excess water and put it back into the ground. We have touched a population of 5 lakhs, which is 500,000 people, and we have reduced the water deficit by 2.58 million cubic meters, all within a period of the last 2 to 2.5 years. So far, we have expended about $2 million US in our funds over the last 2.5 years. About $1 million of it has been spent on water and sanitation projects at IITs and also at NGOs. One other area where we have actually applied it in 6 different rural schools is to do roof rainwater harvesting system so that they become water sustainable. Next slide, please. This will give you an idea of what I talk about participatory groundwater management at one of the villages in Kutch. For a very low cost, and I mean as low as about $2,100 in the last fiscal year, 2019-20, we were able to take a filter well in a riverbed to reduce the salinity through shallow zone recharging. We work with a Gram Panchayat. We have a local person who has been trained in basic principles of hydrogeology called a Bhujal Jankar. The original depth of the water table was 50 meters. Basically, the well water was used for cattle, for drinking by the cattle. We were able to bring up the water table to 36 meters, and we were able to reduce, as you can see on the left-hand side of the slide, the total dissolved solids over a 1-year period from 1980, close to 2000, down to 700 milligrams per liter. This is a picture of what you are seeing before and after. May I have the next slide, please? This is a picture of another project that we have done in the village of Mota Bhadia in Mandvi Taluka in Kutch. There we have been able to again do similar things and at a very low cost. Basically, you can see that we have been able to reduce in all cases the dissolved solids by a considerable amount and bring up the water table. On the right-hand side, you will see a typical recharge tube well, which is basically used to take the excess water. And again, you can see the dramatic difference between before and after, what the impact has been. Please move on. Next slide.
Hey, Ron, could we try to wrap in 1 or 2 minutes here?
Yes. You can move on. Actually, that's the same thing. Yeah. Some of the takeaways that we can have here are the key success factor is to carefully vet your partner that you're going to work with. You want to work at the lowest level, at the grassroots level with community involvement and innovations in all cases. We have been able to work with multi-partners, either the institutions, academic institutions in India, or with local folks in the villages. Basically, our work is still in progress. but we do feel that we need to have flexibility for innovations and also measure failures and account for delays. The best way in which we can proceed is to first develop pilots, which are our best advocacy. And again, the next slide will show the various partners that we have worked with, and that'll be the end of my, I'm sorry, this is a picture of the capacitive deionization system where we have been actually able to reduce the TDS level by 90% using very minimal amount of electricity, like a AA battery. This is like 2 copper rings that are about 9 inches in diameter and wound with a cellulosic thread that has been coated with carbon nanotubes, and you apply polarity across the AA battery and shake it around for about 3 minutes, and you have reduced most of the baddies. Please go on. Next slide. These are some of the various project partners that we work with. And again, you can see a wide variety of institutions, again, startups, and so on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ron. Great overview there, some very exciting technologies. Just to keep us rolling here, I'll hand it off to David Crosweller, co-founder of Sanitation First, based in the UK. David, are you good to go? Great, we can see you, David.
Please unmute yourself, David.
Yeah, I still have an internet problem. Brook, can you ask Narayan to play my pre-recorded video? Thank you.
Looks like it's up there. Okay, great.
Is David Crosweller, and I am one of the co-founders of Sanitation First. On any
We lost the audio, whoever's playing it.
Sanitation First was formed in 1998 and started constructing eco-friendly toilets in India in 2005. On any normal day, some 65,000 Indians use eco-toilets we've constructed, mainly in Tamil Nadu, encompassing schools, families and communities. We have a major focus on women and schoolgirls. This is our first unit. This is the first one we ever built. It's still in use today. It needs a bit of TLC. It could do with some repair, but it's still in full working order. This is just a selection of photographs. The one at the top left is the largest unit that we've ever constructed. That's for 1,500 schoolgirls. Bottom left is a primary school unit for about 80 children. The blue and yellow version is our deluxe model, but we don't build many of those. And the ones on the right are our standard EcoSan units, and I'll explain more about those in a minute. This is what you get out of an EcoSan unit. This is human compost. It's a very rich and a very good soil conditioner. We've constructed over 5,000 eco-toilets. We're the only organisation promoting non-sewer sanitation for inner cities in India and Southeast Asia, one of only 6 worldwide. And we are the second largest constructor of UDDTs, see later, in the world. So this is one of our inner city units. We call it a Grosan toilet. And the next photo gives you an image what it is. There are varying containers that are moved along as people have used them, filled them, and then they're collected, taken to a storage unit where they're allowed to compost naturally. So in 2018, I will read this, and I'm going to read the next couple of slides because they're really important. The Indian government think tank Niti Aayog released a report that was really quite frightening, really. But here's just 4 headlines. 70% of Indians' water is contaminated. By 2018, 600 million Indians were suffering water stress. By 2021, 21 Indian cities will run out of groundwater, affecting 100 million people. And by 2030, the 600 million people mentioned earlier will have no water. And that's what a lot of India will look like. Now, at the end of the Swachh Bharat mission, India will have constructed perhaps 90 million toilets. Most of these are poor flush, and I think it's reasonably safe to say that 60 million of them were poor flush toilets. So this is a simple calculation. Because of all these toilets, there is now an extra daily need of 1 billion litres of water. I'd just like to focus on that for a moment. An extra 1 billion litres of water is needed daily. Now that brings up a lot of questions. Where is the water going to come from? What happens if there's no water? Priorities of use. Is it going to be used for cooking, drinking, flushing a toilet? Who's going to collect the water? And actually, who will deal with the waste, assuming there is also a pit into which the waste is going? Well, there's the answer to one of the questions. Women. Women are going to collect water. They're going to stand by standpipes. They're going to collect it from different forms of containment units. Young girls, they should be at school. Women should be able to look after their family. They should be able to earn an income. They should be able to fulfill their potentials. Now for us, there are 2 things that will help conserve water, and that's the type of toilet that you construct. We have 2 options. On the left here is a DWAT system. Now a DWAT system actually works with a poor flush toilet or poor flush toilets. And what it does, it goes through natural processes, and then 80% of the water is recycled. So that's a relatively efficient system. On the right is one of our UDDTs. We call them EcoSam for short. Basically, they separate human waste. I ought to point out I don't like using the word waste. I prefer to use resource. So these take the human resource, separate them at source. That means there's no smell. There's 2 chambers. One is in use while the other one is composting. And there are lots of benefits. Like they save water, up to 6,000, sorry, at least 6,500 litres per toilet per year. They provide a compost, which is worked into the soil, and a fertilizer, which can be used on plants. Help soil regeneration. There's a whole load of stuff going on around soil regeneration at the moment. They need minimal maintenance. You don't have to worry about pathogen-laden solids. And there's always a chamber in use, so a family's never without a toilet. We've done some trials. This was actually a much larger trial for growing brinjal and saw to see how they compare with other crops. And we produce, well, not we personally, but the people who use the toilets, produce 250 tons of compost annually. That's probably more in the region of about 500 tons of actual fecal matter. So that's mainly used by the people who produce it. So as we say, they make it, they use it. A unit costs about 50,000 Indian rupees, about $700, and they last for approximately 30 years, can be a lot longer. Men are very slow, men and old people are very slow at taking up using a toilet. There's a high use of children, and we're currently looking at how compost can be used because it does come from human fecal matter, and people are a bit nervous about that. So we're looking at other ways, and we're looking at biochar and how we can enrich it. And this has a big impact. This could have a big impact on climate change with carbon sequestration. These are just 3 different images which give us an idea of a standard unit where the urine's running onto plants. And in the other 2, it's a standard unit where it's actually feeding a banana tree, as is the school unit that's at the bottom right. Bananas love urine because it's high in potassium. This is really what we want to see water used for, so that people can drink water, which makes them healthier. Healthy water is very important for general well-being. And this is me. So I'm David Crossweller. Our charity is called Sanitation First. Please feel free. You can get in touch with me at my email address, or you can message me. I'm on WhatsApp, and I'm very happy to answer questions. Thank you very much for listening, and I hope you found it informative.
Thank you, David. We are running a bit behind schedule, but I wanted to give Carl a chance from Bloom, if you've got 2 minutes, to at least share some perspective on the context of clean energy during this COVID pandemic.
Brook, I'd be honored, and it's such a pleasure to be with you all this morning on such important topics that impact our local communities as well as our global community. And it reminds me on the local side how this impacts all of us. I woke up this morning at my normal time of 5 a.m. to start my workday, and I was greeted by a message on my computer from our investor-owned utility here in Northern California, PG&E, that we would be expecting this afternoon a PSPS event, a public safety power shutoff, impacting 54,000 homes and businesses, several 100,000 people in Northern California. And this would be the 3rd time just in this fire season alone, which is far from over. We have already seen in this fire season 4.1 million acres burned. Think the state of Delaware. And as I think between that linkage that we have between air quality, a pandemic, and the need for clean energy, I think of what we do here at Bloom, where we are able to eliminate criteria air pollutants like SOx and NOx and particulate matter and other harmful greenhouse gases, because it has an impact on our health, our public health, our economic health, especially respiratory issues, lung disease, and asthma. And this strikes home for me. Our second of 3 children, Sienna, we adopted at 1 day old from a small town in Utah, and found out within a couple of years that she has asthma. And this impacts her and our family directly. Now, with people directed right now to stay at home, work remotely like we're all doing, not all of us have as cool of a screen background saver as Brook does, but we're, wherever possible, trying to make this work. The good news, we're seeing fewer cars on the roads, fewer planes in the air, fewer plants operating and producing harmful emissions. There is a bright side of some of this because we're seeing less smog and an overall improvement in air quality, but it's impacting all of us as humans. And research is showing people who have had long-term exposure to air pollution are not just more likely to die from COVID-19, but also more easily infected by the coronavirus that causes it. And even short-term increases in air pollution can raise the spreadability of the virus and the severity of the illness. And this especially hits vulnerable populations around the globe, which tend to have less access to healthcare, tend to live closer to industrial pollution, and are disproportionately affected by the pandemic. And there's growing evidence of increased rates of COVID in areas with high levels of air pollution. Right near here, where I live, Stanford researcher Mary Prunicky studies how toxic air can make people chronically ill. And she's monitoring this apparent connection between the pandemic and polluted air. And people who have lived for decades in heavily polluted US counties are 8% more likely to die from COVID than people in the less polluted counties, according to recent studies, including one from Harvard and one from the Center for Research on Energy and Clean Air. And in fact, the Harvard study found a higher mortality rate among coronavirus patients in areas with even slightly increased levels of air pollution. The Center for Research on Energy and Clean Air that I cited found that improvements in air quality due to coronavirus related dips in road traffic and industrial emissions have resulted in avoided emergency room visits, fewer children acquiring asthma. And a similar study in the Netherlands found the risk of death from COVID-19 was 16% higher for people living amid the worst pollution. A study in Italy found a similar connection. So there is so much that we need to do as we see the linkage between a pandemic based on respiratory issues with cleaner, more resilient air quality, the health of our communities, and the health of our economy, which makes the mission that we have here at Bloom Energy for cleaner, more reliable energy affordable to everyone in the world, moving from inspiring to truly essential during this time. And Brook, if I may, I think these issues can seem overwhelming to us, that as individuals or institutions or companies, that it's hard to think that we can make a difference when just the opposite is true. There's a Polish poet named Stanislaw Lech who wrote that no snowflake in an avalanche ever feels responsible. And the fact of the matter is we're all responsible. And we can all make a positive difference on these issues when we educate each other, like we're doing at this conference, when we inspire each other, and we work together to be that portion of the puzzle that leads up to a beautiful picture of the globe that we can have by working together. Thank you for letting me join you today.
Thank you, Carl. Fantastic and inspiring words. I love the visual of the avalanche of clean energy solutions coming. That's fantastic, and great points. Thank you for joining, Carl. I know you've got to run. I know Dean Kyte had to run as well. I figure I'll just throw out maybe one question or two. I don't know, Sundar, let me know how much time you think we have, but just to build on what Carl just said, I think COVID has really brought so much devastation, disruption. We've got the forest fires, we've got power outages, air quality issues. The West, the developed world, is experiencing disruption that the rest of the world, several billion people on the planet, experience every day, right? And so I think there's this commonality to what we're all experiencing globally. And, Bill, what you're doing at Zola, I'd love to know kind of how you see the parallels to the solutions that you're implementing in the developing world, and what lessons you've learned, and what parallels you see to what we need to do in the developed world to increase our own resiliency. You've got great experience. Would love to hear a little bit about your thoughts on that topic.
Yeah, it's a broad question. I think that technology migration or innovation migration is certainly benefiting emerging markets. Some of the technological advancements in lithium and in solar. I mean, the people that need it the most from a low cost perspective are the people that we serve today. So those have been great. The development in energy controls and software as a service, those also can be exported. you know, the combination of those things is really what enables us to go solve the problem in emerging markets today. That being said, we constantly make the same mistake. And this is a centuries-old mistake, that we push solutions that work in one market into other markets. You look, I travel to Africa extensively. I constantly see, you know, a US solution or a German solution in Tanzania, and it's not built for Tanzania. It just isn't. And I think we have to rethink how we solve energy access. Yes, we take the best of developed markets, but we adjust it because the problem in emerging markets is very different than the problem in developed markets. Emerging markets do not have a primary power source. They just don't. They already have the biggest distributed energy network in the world. That's great. But ultimately, what's needed in the Amazon is very different than what's needed in San Francisco, where I live. So I think that's kind of the key. That's kind of the key learning. COVID is really interesting. I mean, just jumping on this point of how this is impacting us. It is traumatic in these markets right now, because the Western world is solving COVID by distancing and shutting down. Okay, so emerging markets do the same thing, which, you know, at one point we had 9 of our 10 countries where we operate completely shut. And we need to be out in the field. We need to talk to people, solve problems. It just drove it to zero. And frankly, is not really a solution in these markets, because what I hear from our customers time and time again is, do I get COVID or do I eat? We have tools in Western countries, stimulus and other things, to help people bridge. They don't have it there. Okay, so the early innings of this from an energy access perspective were incredibly traumatic. Now though, what's it showing us? COVID is showing us is the value of energy access. You can't distance, you can't work from home, you can't power a clinic, you can't power a food distribution facility because all these marketplaces are closing and you need to distribute food centrally. Can't do any of that without energy. So what we're seeing now is, as these markets open, I'll give you an example in Tanzania. As Tanzania's opened, went from closed to open, we've seen, you know, we went from, let's call it 100 to 10, and now we're at about 130 as it's open, because as it's opened, people have realized the value. It's more, the pain point is more acute, particularly more acute in COVID. It's just increased the value proposition. So in some ways, what's going on, the silver lining is it's waking the world up, and this world in particular, up to the value of reliable energy. And now we just got to get the world to help support these markets in the form of capital and some other ways to do it. So, sorry, I digressed off your question.
No, that's great. That was fantastic. Sundar, tell me how much time we have. We could do 1 or 2 questions. I'd love to give, you know.
We'll take one more question because the next speaker is now waiting.
Yep. Okay, great. Maybe just to David, to switch the topic. We've been talking about energy a lot, just back to water. And we've talked a lot about the interconnected nature of this problem. How can we, you know, in our daily lives in the clean energy world, relate to the solutions that you've seen implemented on the ground, you know, from a sanitation perspective? How can you tie it back to the global problem of climate change and what we've all had to deal with our own sanitation needs of, you know, wearing masks and you know, washing our hands? Help us relate to that problem on the ground.
Okay. Well, if I think the best way I could answer that is actually to answer a question that Susan Probert posed in one of the in one of the chat boxes, and she said, how does some of the high-level things that we've been talking about relate to people on the ground? And I paraphrase, and I think that's a really important question, and it comes under what you've just asked, because it's very easy for us sitting wherever we're sitting with technology and say, you know, this is what we need on the ground. You know, like you listen to K.R. Sridhar, and what an inspirational guy when you listen to him. And he actually comes from a village in southern India. But if your choice as a villager is you spend 50 rupees on a kilo of rice or 50 rupees on energy, what's going to be your choice? And I think it's the same with us and toilets. We look at our eco-sanitation model as something that is helping an individual at a very basic level. They have no moving parts. They need no water except for personal washing. They provide something that can benefit the soil, can benefit plants. And one of the things I'm always struck by whenever I'm on conferences like this or I'm talking to people in the same arena is the sanitation people go in and they want to do something, and then the water people go in and they want to do something else, and the energy people go in and they want to do something else, and everybody has their own route in. And I don't think we talk to each other enough to actually, and we definitely don't talk to the people on the ground enough in order to come up with solutions that work for them. So I hope in a roundabout sort of way that answers your question, because I think it's all about communication. And I don't think it's just communication with the people that you want to work with on the ground, but it's about everybody else involved in that particular arena.
That's a great point. Thank you for those comments. Sundar, I'll hand it back to you.
Maybe Brook, just in terms of fairness, we'll ask Karan if he has any comments, final comments, since he didn't get a chance in the panel.
Thank you very much. What we have been doing is we actually call our water, and it's not just water, we call it Water and Sanitation Group, or WATSAN. And we are using the principle, as I mentioned, of CPR, conservation, new ways of doing a purification, and reuse. So just with that simple as an ideal village, it's a dying village and we need to bring it up, which is CPR. I know in the absence of more time, I'll just keep quiet and move on.
We call it the CPR for the ideal village.
Correct.
So Brook, great job in managing this session. I think we had fantastic speakers, great content. And you know what the ideal village, the reason for the conference is to collaborate. So to answer David's question, collaboration is extremely important and we have to work together. And we'll follow up after the conference. But I want to close this session with a big thank you to all of you, as well as the attendees, and hand it over to Dr. Sunny Anand, who will manage the next session with our speaker.
Good afternoon to all of you. Thank you for this beautiful session. It's my great honor and privilege to introduce our closing keynote speaker, which is Mohammed Amersi. He's a renowned global communications entrepreneur, philanthropist, and a thought leader in many different areas. He has degrees of law and medicine from the universities of Cambridge and Sheffield, and then got an MBA from the University of Oxford. So I don't want to spend a lot of time on his introduction. This could go on for several minutes, but he really has emerged as a very forward-thinking and innovative leader, particularly during the COVID crisis. And so he will talk to us about the new normal post-pandemic. And that is a question that has been asked in every session since we started the conference, and has come up even in the last two sessions. So without further ado, I request Mohammed to please share with us his thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sunny and Sundar. It's a pleasure to be addressing this very august gathering. I believe it's my fourth time that I am addressing you all, and it is really a privilege. And I really commend you, because I remember when this started 5 years back, and you have continued, you have persevered, and today it is a great event. It's such a diverse range of speakers and such amazing topics that you have covered, what has grown from villages, I think, to cities, to now countries, and it's now become global. So a big, big applause for both of you for staying the course. Really, it's really commendable. So you introduced my topic as the new normal. I'm going to call it a slightly different. I'm going to call it the next normal, because I believe that in the next few years, maybe decades, we will see many, many new normals that will come. So I will only address the next one, and then somebody else will someday in the future address the further one that we will be seeing. So let me start by saying that, as we all know, it is now more than 7 months since our lives have been turned upside down. Everything still feels new, unbelievable, and at times overwhelming. However, at the same time, it still feels like we have walked into an old nightmare, a nightmare that we may have seen before, but only in science fiction movies. In particular, the last fortnight have shown that while there are decades when nothing happens, there are weeks when decades happen. The news feeds have been in overdrive, and we have been refreshing these new feeds, not because of a civic sense of duty that following the news is important, but because so much may have happened since the last refresh. These transforming developments are coming so fast and thick that it's hard to remember just how radical they are. Cast your mind back a few weeks and imagine if somebody told you the following: that to come together, you will need to stay apart, at least 2 meters apart, that nobody is safe until we are all safe, that within a month schools will be closed, all public gatherings will be cancelled, hundreds of millions of people around the world will be jobless, and we will have to be living in bubbles. Governments will be enacting some of the largest stimulus packages in history. In many countries, landlords will be foregoing rent, banks will be foregoing mortgage payments, and the homeless will be allowed to live in 5-star hotels free of charge. Would you have believed what you were seeing and hearing? It's not just the sheer size and speed of what is happening that is mind-boggling. It is the fact that we have always understood that democracies are incapable of making big moves like this quickly or at all, but res ipsa loquitur. The coronavirus is rampaged through the USA, United Kingdom, Brazil, and India, to name but a few, has thrown spotlight on their failings, on the galling inequality, the fatal partisanship, the susceptibility to fiction, and the ways in which rugged individualism has morphed into plain old selfishness. In my humble view, every natural disaster is nature's attempt to create a new balance. It is a response to what we humans are doing to the harmony of the natural order. This requires an urgent and appropriate response from humankind. This response cannot just be in terms of numbers, statistics, and charts, i.e. just more of the same, but a deeper understanding that entails a radical reckoning and transformation of the ways in which we interact with the world, a deep and urgent review of our connectedness. In other words, we will need to look at the world with a much larger us frame. To me, it is evident that the relationship between the public and the private space is broken. After the 2008 financial crisis, governments across the world injected over $3 trillion into the financial system. The goal was to mobilize credit markets and restart the global economy. But instead of supporting the real economy, the part that involves the production of actual goods and services, the bulk of that money ended up in the financial sector, propping up the large investment banks that had directly contributed to the crisis. And when the economy got going again, it was those banks that reaped the rewards of the recovery. Only today we have seen US investment banks reporting. I'm sure it's on the news, so I will not dwell on that. Taxpayers, for their part, were left with a global economy that was just as broken, unequal, and carbon intensive as before. They say, never let a good crisis go waste, but that is just a myth. But this is exactly what happened and why we need to learn. Now, as countries attempt to emerge from COVID-19, we must all avoid making previous mistakes. It is not enough for governments to simply intervene as the spender of the last resort when markets fail or crises occur. According to the IMF, G20 countries have collectively spent $9 trillion on stimulus in the first half of 2020 alone. This is more than 10% of the world's combined GDP. With such a colossal financial injection, governments should actively shape markets so that they deliver the kind of long-term outcomes that benefits everyone. The world missed the opportunity to do that back in 2008, but fate has handed it another chance. Before I set out some thoughts on how we could build forward better, now some people talk about building back better. I like the phrase building forward better. Let us look at some of the immediate consequences of COVID-19. First, COVID-19 may have cut air pollution somewhat, but combating climate change is still an imperative, as we've just heard. The food waste problem is now worse. Plastics are a bigger problem because of PPE. Millions more people have now entered poverty, and regular immunization has had to be deprioritized. So what can and should be done? I will present 4 big picture perspectives from my own lens based on a lot of work that I have done with governments as well as business over the last few months. Firstly, let's look at bailouts. Governments, in my view, should condition their bailouts on policies that protect the public interest and tackle societal problems. They must refuse to bail out companies that will not curb their carbon emissions or will not stop hiding their profits in tax havens. For too long, governments have socialized risks but privatized rewards. The COVID-19 crisis presents an opportunity to right this imbalance through a new style of deal-making, whereby bad bailouts are avoided as governments pursue a venture capitalist's mindset by taking equity stakes and obtaining a return on their investment. In my view, this will allow taxpayers to share in the benefits of success traditionally credited to the private sector alone. Otherwise, corporate debt, a key cause of the previous financial crisis, will only climb higher as companies take on hefty new loans at close to zero rates of interest to weather the collapse in demand, and in some cases, they pocket government grants. The second big idea is that now is the time for the best of capitalism and socialism to coalesce. Capitalism as we know it is not performing. We have a lot of work done by the Business Roundtable in the US, the British Academy in the UK, and many other places. However, in my view, rethinking capitalism means that capitalism and socialism will need to coalesce more to create a more sustainable and inclusive economic and social model. Capitalism has generated enormous wealth, but this wealth now needs to be more broadly redistributed, as socioeconomists have long called for. In particular, there is an urgent need to recouple the wealth of financial markets with the real economy, so that on the one hand, we see crisis everywhere, but we see the stock markets today rising higher and higher and higher. This needs to be rethought. This great decoupling of the recent decades that I've just alluded to, both among and within nations, is in large part due to the rise of intangible assets, what they call brands, goodwill, and intellectual property, and to income, which arises from privilege. But think about this. Above a certain level of wealth, more income in the pockets of the uber wealthy becomes less productive and less fair for the economy as a whole than if it were to land in the pockets of workers. Indeed, a number of economists have argued that inequality will lead to economic instability. This is because the rich consume a smaller proportion of their income than the poor. They save money, which people on lower incomes would spend. This pattern will lead to a reduction in aggregate demand, which in turn will lead to even more unemployment. Therefore, wealth creation and income distribution can reinforce each other. Both need to be equally important, in my view, in the post-COVID institutional context to ensure economic fairness. Another problem we see is that many large businesses continue to neglect long-term investments in favor of short-term gains. Obsessed with quarterly returns and stock prices, CEOs and corporate boards have rewarded shareholders by share buybacks, thereby increasing the value of the remaining shares and of the stock options component of executive pay. All this can be achieved by creating the conditions for a stakeholder, purpose-driven economy which draws a clear distinction between value and price by rethinking value. We see that also at the time of diminishing tax bases and soaring public debt, governments have a powerful incentive to implement long overdue reforms that promote more equitable outcomes, including changes to wealth taxes, the withdrawal of fossil fuel subsidies, and new rules governing intellectual property, trade, and competition. The current crisis has led to renewed discussions about a universal basic income. The idea behind this policy is, in my view, a good one, but the narrative will be problematic for many. Since the UBI is seen as a handout, it perpetuates the false notion that the private sector is the sole creator, not a co-creator of wealth in the economy, and that the public sector is merely a toll collector, creaming profits and disputing them as charity. A better alternative is to look at Finland, where they have started the citizens' dividend. Under this policy, governments take a percentage of the wealth created with government investments, put that money into a fund, and then share the proceeds with the people. Such an approach will reward citizens with a share of the wealth that they have helped create. My third big point is that public and private sector need to collaborate much better, and access has to be made equal so that opportunities can be shared, and this access must be improved. History has shown that only after an explicit market failure do governments usually step in, and the policies they put forward are usually too little and too late. When the state is viewed not as a partner in creating value, but just as a fixer, publicly funded resources are starved. Social programs, education, and healthcare will all go underfunded. These failures lead to mega crises, both economic and planetary. The lack of long-term investments in green energy has hastened global warming. At best, policymakers are trying to deal with climate change by considering incentives such as carbon taxes and composing endless lists of which investments count as green, instead of issuing the type of diktats and mandatory regulations that will prevent disaster by 2030. On social justice, as we have seen, there is a fundamental need to improve coordination between the public and private sector in order to ensure both equity and efficiency. On systemic racism, new institutions need to incorporate profound reforms to ensure better racial integration and to rectify centuries of accumulated prejudice to colonized countries and to minority groups, and to break the myth of pure meritocracy that has persisted for far too long as an explanation for not only the divergence in outcomes between rich and poor countries, but between rich and poor people all along all dimensions of society. Leaders of the new post-COVID-19 order, and for that I include many of you here today, must proactively design mechanisms to improve access to equal opportunities. My last big point is that benefits of technology need to be shared better. Taxpayers have taken risks when governments have on their behalf seeded many technologies. Google is a case in point. Tesla is a case in point. However, most of the technology companies that have benefited from this support fail to pay their fair share of taxes. They then have the audacity to fight against privacy rights regulations. Without government action, the gains from those investments will once again flow largely to private hands. Publicly funded technology, I believe, needs to be better governed by the state, and in some cases owned by the state, in order to ensure that public benefits from its own investments. As the mass closure of schools during COVID-19 has made clear, only some students have access to the technology needed for at-home schooling, a disparity that only furthers inequality. Access to the internet should be a right, not a privilege. The COVID-19 crisis is affecting every facet of people's lives, as we've heard today and yesterday, in every single corner of the world, but tragedy need not be its only legacy. On the contrary, as I've said, the pandemic represents a rare but narrow window of opportunity to reflect, reimagine, and reset with resilience our world to create a healthier, more equitable, and more prosperous future. COVID-19 is a warning that we are not the masters of the universe and the world is not our private property. If capitalism and consumerism continue their carnage on the world will give us more viruses, pandemics, and disasters. So the time for a great reset is now. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Mohammed. That was a very tough but insightful overview of what's gone wrong in the world and what we need to do in our thinking and in our living and in our politics and policy making. In order to correct the mistakes of the past and to move on to the next normal, as you called it. I'm amazed when I hear sort of corporates and entrepreneurs who simply are fixated on their product or their contribution to the market without really with clearly a selfish motive in mind, without really considering what the cost is on the public good that needs to come across. And so it needs thinkers who can rise above the market and rise above self-interest in order to, on the other hand, I have similar disdain for academics who seem to be locked up in their ivory tower and talk about theoretical principles without really exploring the practical implications of the new knowledge that is being created. So with all of this, we have set the stage for our session tomorrow. I invite everyone to join tomorrow for a special session on eternal values for sustainability. And I'm happy to hand over to Dr. Sundar Kamath for doing the wrap up for today. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the important thing is, we've had excellent presentations today, and Mohammed really topped off the day with his very insightful and objective message. Before I wrap up, I want to kind of open it up to the panelists. Welcome any of the panelists to come on live again if you want to have a discussion with Mohammed on any of what he said. We are at the end of the day, so we don't have a time constraint per se. You're free to leave when you want, but I just want to open it up into a dialogue with the panel members. If anyone wishes to kind of participate in the discussion, just turn on your video, audio, and you can join in like we're in a conference room, right? So I'll give 30 seconds to people to step up. Okay, we have Suresh here. Go ahead, Suresh. Ron is joined.
Maybe I can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I can ask a question to Mohammed. I see a particular perception in many of the opinions brought in from people from, and I don't want to sound like, like defensive, but a perception from an American or a British point of view about what is happening in India. I myself left India more than 50 years ago, but there is an India that is changing extremely rapidly, making 4 or 5 trips every year for the past 5-6 years. I have noticed that even these villages are making huge progress in terms of connectivity and in terms of understanding what their issues are. So instead of having a top-down solution from our point of view, we should really listen to them as to what their needs are in the first place and work from the bottom up rather than top down.
Sundar, should I respond to that?
Yes, please.
Please. This is an open discussion, yeah.
So let me say two things that are important. One is that there is at the moment a campaign that is going on the anniversary of the 75th anniversary of the United Nations' founding for the Security Council to be restructured. And I'm actually helping a campaign here in the UK. It's called Yes India, to ensure that the most powerful support goes for India to be nominated as a Security Council member. India's GDP, India's way of approaching global problems today is completely different. And the thing that I think that has to be understood by the British, by the former colonial power, by the Americans, by the Europeans, that India is GDP is huge. It is definitely an emerging power, and that it should be therefore respected as such. And anything that is patronizing in its approach will now not work. So I belong to a couple of charitable organizations, and I tell them that there is no point in you taking your programs that work in the UK and then going to India and shoving them down there and saying that this is what you should be doing, because that is not the approach that will work. Instead, you need to figure out what their needs are and find ways of combining your knowledge with their on-the-ground experience and finding solutions by collaboration. So I absolutely accept that reverse innovation suggests that there is far more that we can learn from how adaptation has worked in India's villages and towns and centers, and there are a lot of lessons to learn from that.
Thank you.
Suresh, did you want to say something, or you have something in mind? Again, I see a few other people on the panel. Anyone else, welcome to join in. This is really, I'm making this an open discussion so that we can all share our thoughts, get opinions, just a forum of discussion.
I do have a question for Mr. Amarsi, mainly because I agree with you 100% that India should have a seat at the table at the Security Council in UN. Unfortunately, and I say unfortunately, the current Security Council member who will continue to block India's admission is China. And how does one address that?
So I think that China, from what I understand, is not interested in becoming a superpower like in many ways the United States has been behaving. It's now sort of in a bit of retreat, but China's issue is that they have no experience of how to govern the world or even co-govern the world. They are focused far more on using their economic might to be able to use their economic leverage in the way that they engage with the world. So I suspect that if the China-India hostility that you now see playing out in the Himalayas, and that may or may not be fueled by Pakistan, the jury is out on that. If that is the reason why they would be blocking this, I think that in a way, see, to me, the enlargement per se is not the issue. They can bring on 2 or 3 members. The real question is going to be, will they still want to retain the individual veto power of each member, or would they then, with the enlargement, be prepared to work on a majority or supermajority and unanimity basis, depending on what the problems are? So I think that if that, it's in a way putting the cart before the horse. If you decide that there are issues on which you will still retain, albeit a smaller number of issues, a veto power, then the question of admitting people that have got sizable GDPs, sizable populations, have a major voice in the world today, should be an easier discussion. Because just ask the question, why is it that the UK out of Europe diminished sort of role or responsibility with the US and with Hong Kong and China and all of that? Why should they be the voice of the Commonwealth? Why should India not be the voice of the Commonwealth? So I suspect that if people really want to go deep into this, the extension of membership per se will not be the issue. The issue is what that membership will entail in terms of voting.
Thank you, Mohammed. Ron, I want to keep this, I'm going to put a box around the discussion. So rather than go on some other topics with China and so on, let's focus on the ideal village and the implications here.
Can you hear me, Sundar?
Yes, Suresh, go ahead. Yeah.
I have a quick comment and a question for Mohammed or anybody else on the panel right now. And that is, there appears to be a real contradiction in a lot of things that have been said today. One is that how COVID has brought us all together in a digital world. That's number one. On the other hand, what we see is a deep divide between those who have and those who don't, as we saw in the bottom of the pyramid graphs that I put up. We are a deeply divided society based on political, based on politics, as well as racial divide, even in India, by religious divide, and so on and so forth. So one of the challenges is societal. And I was wondering if anyone on the panel has any views on how the ideal village or the smart village programs that we have all adopted takes those that divide into consideration, and how do we bridge that divide?
Okay, let me start, and others can add in here. But one thing, what we have found, to my amazement, is working on this ideal village project the last 5-6 years, is that there is a genuine interest in improving the standard of living for those who are behind. I generally see that. You might hear headlines, politics is different, but at the people level, people really want to help others. And the Ideal Village provides a platform, just like other village programs or other NGO programs, any kind of voluntary program. It's the people who want to help that come in and help. I think what needs to happen is to scale this at a much bigger level. And the scaling can only happen if the system kind of allows it to some extent. So I think government policies, if they can get more enlightened in allowing the private sector or the volunteers and those who want to help, let them create an infrastructure which allows them to really work together and remove the barriers. And I think then you'll genuinely see this change happening. I think what happens with investment banks and Wall Street and stock market, that is something we cannot change. But if we do good work at the ground level with good people, I think it really will make a difference. So I'm very encouraged, and I see the younger generation being really involved in this. I think the future is good. Of course, but we have to get through some of these crises. And as Mohammed said, COVID has really put a brake on the, consumerism and thoughtless application of or misuse of technology for material gain for a small percentage of the world. And COVID has made people rethink a lot of that. It's connected more people. So I think we have some tough times to get through, but once we are past that, I think there's light at the end of the tunnel.
I can give you two anecdotal instances, which is not all that uncommon. What you need to do is to work at these villages and find out what their main issues are. For example, we worked in a very small village which was devoid of water called Tamliar in Barmer district of Rajasthan, about 25 kilometers from the Pakistan border. The population of that village was about 55% Muslim and 45% Hindu. But they were living in absolute harmony. Of course, they were all suffering with the lack of water. So our organization, through Wheels Global Foundation, we've provided them a source of water. And what we found was there was a Hindu Sarpanch who was elected with support from the Muslim community. And this was a wonderful example of when there is a need that they have, they don't really worry about their religious affiliation. Now I'll give you the opposite example of another village we worked in Telangana, before it was the undivided Andhra Pradesh. We built a clean drinking water plant, and it was hugely successful because they were suffering from fluorides, high level of fluoride. And what they found out was they wanted us to relocate the plant, and we asked them why. They said, well, you put this in a community which is closer to the Dalits and to the Muslims. And we said, no damn way. If you decide to do that, we'll move that plant and go to another village. So I'm just giving you two extremes of what is happening and where we need to be firm as an NGO to support that we will not allow any of these kind of religious affiliations to be made into a decision making. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Thanks, Sundar.
I
just also wanted to mention that, policy, Sundar, you mentioned government policy and even local policies, how they are important in a lot of these interventions, if you will. I'll just make a shameless plug. This Saturday, one of our colleagues is releasing his book on post-COVID-19, transforming the world through better healthcare. And what is revealing in that, it's a book that is truly written for the masses, is that how our policies and how industry has operated, the insurance industry, for example, and how liabilities for doctors, etc., has inhibited. For example, a doctor in New Jersey cannot practice in New York, as an example. So these are all minutiae, if you will, that are sometimes the barriers for any kind of intervention that even we do. So I don't know if anyone has any thoughts on how government policy can catch up with the use of technology. A good example is how artificial intelligence, is it being helpful to doctors or for insurance companies to predict those demographic groups that are not insurable, as an example. So lots of things to think through, and I think NGOs can perhaps participate through these thought leadership activities and sort of in some way help to shape policies themselves. I would love to hear the comments and thoughts from Mohammed if he is still on the call. Yes, please.
I'm here. So Sundar, and thank you very much for your comments. Unfortunately, time did not allow me to participate fully in yesterday and today's session. But if there is one takeaway that is really burning for me, it is that we will hopefully soon have vaccines that will work, whether they will be AstraZeneca, Johnson & Johnson, Merck, it doesn't matter which. We've also had a lot of work with the Poonawalla family of India and what they're doing with the Serological Institute. So I think if there is one takeaway for Ideal Village is for all of us here to do whatever we can to ensure that those vaccines are distributed absolutely equally without any bias of any kind. It's not that the rich have to get it first or the very poor have to get it first. Whoever needs it, first line workers in the medical care, they have to get it. The poor definitely need it more than the rich do because the rich still know how to shelter themselves. So I think that the work that if we can do an effort through this amazing forum to see how we can help formulate country by country policy changes that will ensure equitable vaccine distribution. Well, that's one. And the second point that I've seen come out of all of this is the need to have what I call a social pharma. Because if you look at the pharmaceutical industry today, most of them have got significant grants. AstraZeneca got more than £1 billion from the US government, 500 million from the UK government. These are ultimately taxpayer money. Now, AstraZeneca has said that until June of 2021, vaccines will be free. But after that, if the label of the pandemic still continuing is removed, then they have the right to charge a market price for vaccines. So then who and how will this become affordable, especially if you look at the villages of Asia and India in particular? It'll be a major problem. So this is just one takeaway that I have learned from this, that we can definitely help shape policy in this regard.
Yeah, thank you, Mohammed. That's great input. We'll certainly keep that as part of the discussion going forward and connect with the right agencies on that. I mean, there's a lot of work going on in the villages right now, giving, distributing PPE and sanitation and other medicines and food and so on. But the vaccine will be another whole level of effort that's be needed to get it to the right people.
Yeah.
Did someone else want to say something? I heard somebody in the middle, but.
So those who are attendees, if they raise their hand, we can unmute them and they can join this discussion. So you have to raise your hand in order to be unmuted.
But in any case, I think we are slowly losing people. It's getting close to lunchtime here in California. Maybe that's.
I have raised hand for one person, Susan.
Okay,
you
go
can
ahead.
speak. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, look, I'm in Australia. It's now 5:25 a.m. It's been a fantastic conference, the first time I've been able to attend. So thank you, everybody. I'm just a person, nothing grand and have no letters behind my name. But I'm involved at the moment with an organization that does have availability now of innovative solar-powered water purification technology, and also applications of that technology potentially for supporting the electrolysis processes for green hydrogen. Now, I'm not here to promote this company or the technology. What I'm here to do is to say, one of the visions of the innovator, the inventor of the technology, was to design infrastructure that could be used anywhere, and particularly for those who have limited access to good quality, safe water or unreliable access. And that drew our family together. We are very keen to work alongside other renewable energy suppliers or NGOs or anyone in order to get the technology out there. At that point, I will say we're only commercializing now, so we're not full of money. But this is the vision, and whether it takes 1 year, 5 years, 20 years, we really don't care. But we would appreciate guidance, working with others. We don't see ourselves as needing to be the only one out there, and we don't want to be competitive. We want to work collaboratively for the good of all, really. And I suppose, I don't know why I put my hand up, but you invited, so I did. There you go.
Okay. All right, great.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's great. Susan, we will connect with you offline if you can send us some contact information. I think there's a few other companies that can be part of this ecosystem for the solar storage aspect of rural energy.
We really just want to put back.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think time to do a wrap up.
Okay. Anybody else?
Sundar, this is AGK. One other thing that you should look at, there is a pure research company. I don't know how close they are to the product, a company called Modern Electron.
Okay.
In Seattle, you should also look at it from an energy standpoint. They're trying to also provide, gridless power kind of solution using alternate fuel, right? So basically, so that's something that I wanted to tell you, but there's a lot of technologies that are, both startups and of course, big companies. So we just need to figure out and give opportunities to startup also to kind of share their vision. Yeah. So,
Great. No, we'll follow up. Okay, I think we probably reached the end of the road here. So I want to thank everyone. Great session, great participation, and please do join in tomorrow because it's going to be a different tone tomorrow, and it's really going to address some of the issues we have seen with COVID and what does it mean for humanity, for the planet. I think from what I've seen so far of the video we've got, it'll be very, very inspiring session tomorrow. So please join in. Once again, thank you. and all stay safe.
Thank you.
We'll end it today. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.